What is up? Welcome to the transparency. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Let's take a look. We're jumping right into it. If you're taking a look at the big screen here, this is the claim for Brent Kopacka's officer-involved shooting. $600,000. Nothing. $3,165 would be paid out for damages, like for the window and stuff to the apartment. So good morning. Ooh, we're gonna break us all in because I have to remind you guys. Oh boy. Let's see. Right there. The public safety excessive force from the 12/15 incident in 2022. The Brent Kopacka stake, it was closed, no pay, but they did have expenses that were $3,581. So total incurred cost, $3,581.80. The family was told that Boyd acted in, he was well within his bounds, and so they had a investigation. Washington State Patrol did the investigation, as well as a couple detectives. I think one was from Spokane. Anyways, at the end of the day, nothing was given out except for $3,000. Right there. I'll zoom in. No pay. $3,581.80. And that was from expenses. Now, let's make sure that we're all clear here. Jordan Baker, who supposedly lived with Brent in that apartment, called his pastor / pastor's good friend who worked for the church, and they were the ones that called 911. Jordan Baker on 5/19/2023, so like a year and some change later, he puts a FOIA. Well, he actually goes up to do a public request and goes up there personally to the police department, and he wants to know what the 911 caller said. A year and a half later. Almost. He put down his wrong apartment number. And he put down the wrong date of the incident. He put down that he lived in an apartment that was on the first floor. And he put that the incident happened on Christmas Eve. How could you ever forget when this happened? He put down 12/24/2022 as the incident date, and he put that the room 111. Is that mind-blowing or what? Well, I went through every single person that was interviewed and all these police reports, and there was definitely a gunshot or three at 8:30. 8:30. Officer Daniel Tanego, the person that found Brian's vehicle, was the first person that was in the room of Brent Kopacka to allegedly he had a body cam on. His report nor his body cam ever surfaced in this report. In this so I'm doing another FOIA request to get everything from Daniel Tanego. I want the return of the search warrant. I want to know how many shell casings were picked up off that floor. I want pictures of the shell casings. I don't want to see no body. You can block out Brent. I want to see the pictures of the shell casings. I want to see how many shell casings are in that room. You know how many shell casings should be in that room? You know how many times that they said Brent fired? Actually, if Brian was going to blame and frame Brent Kopacka, I have a problem with that. Just so we're clear, I would hope that you would too. So, I'm taking what Steve Gonsalves said and I'm looking into it, because if Brian Kober was going to blame or frame Brent Kopacka, I think that you guys would all have a problem with that, right? Yeah. So I want to give a shout out to, now this is 737 pages in this FOIA. Okay. And I want to give a shout out to somebody absolutely called in when I revealed this back in October of 2023. Some of this, I did not put out all of this. And they got in touch with the police department through some like texting thing that I'm going to share with you. What an absolute ass clown this woman looks like. She like literally made it in a FOIA request, because that's how deep this FOIA request went. And it can even go deeper. What an absolute fucking train wreck. Like, I was like going through this and I'm like, wait, what? So, geez, this is where it gets revealed about Kelly Farley, and that she had a hotel on the 16th and the 17th of 2022. And what I'm going to connect is, I believe that Molly, Kelly, and Brent Kopacka all knew each other. Okay, it's the meth world, and there's incident reports that I think you're going to be able to find out there where you can see that they're, friends or whatever you want to call them. But on the on the day after this incident happened, Kelly Farley was in a hotel for 2 nights, the 16th and the 17th. The cops paid for it. You can get hotel rooms in the Pullman Moscow area due to homelessness, as well as doing like, if something like, okay, the incident that happened on WSU's campus, Christian and Jordan were given a hotel at 2 different they were given a hotel room each at 2 different hotels. Okay. And which makes sense logically and financially if you're getting deals. Like, we're not just going to go and put this hotel out, with 2 rooms, but they paid for them. So then I was like, you have to scratch that. So they could have put them at the same hotel, because they're using see that Blue Bridge funds? Blue Bridge funds means that they're using a card and that they paid for those. Now the CAC funds used, and that was what was interesting with me with Kelly Farley, the CAC funds that are used, that's a totally different avenue to go to pay for those hotel rooms. And I think I went over some of this before. Okay. So, but there's more. Hold on 1 second. All right.
What's your first name? Crystal. Crystal. Okay. Let's just start with this. Crystal, tell me where you live.
I live at 1000 Southeast Lacoste Street in apartment number 301. I'm still learning the zip code. I think it's like 9963.
Yep, 99163. Okay. And Crystal, what's your middle initial and your last name?
Middle initial is L, last name is Roberts.
Okay. And what's your date of birth?
2/27 of 1996.
And a good phone number for you?
509-572-5396.
Okay. And so tell me what happened yesterday. Just start from the beginning. And
we were in our living room in the 301, which is to the right of the stairwells from the 311 apartment. And at about 8:35-ish, we heard a loud sound that was not so much a fireworks sound, because we hear a lot of loud things that we think are fireworks and stuff. And we got up front of the sound to look into the parking lot to kind of like see if we could see anything.
that back parking lot?
The back parking lot is the only way to get in those apartments. Yeah. So our balcony's on the left side, facing the stairs there. So we looked out and like didn't see anything, didn't see anybody. And then we went back into the living room and sat down, and we were like, "It's a weird sound. That's not a good sound. I don't like the sound. Don't know what it was, but we didn't call because we're like, we don't want to be those people that call."
Okay, so Crystal here. Key time is 8:30. This would be before any call was made to let's see. I want to put the exact time. Okay. Crystal's the slam. Crystal had a ring. Crystal actually had 2 cameras in her apartment that looked right down onto the parking lot. And these were cloud-based. And she would have had video from November 13th, 12th, 14th. Okay. And when the cops find out that she has this, I mean, you would think it would be of an interest to Moscow Police Department, okay, to say, hey, let's just take a peek at do you have any footage from November 13th or 12th or, so yeah, no. But Crystal here makes it very clear that she said it was not a firework. Okay, it was not a firecracker. It was a gunshot. And in the police report, when it was written up, they put that Crystal said that it could have been a firecracker or a gunshot. That's not what Crystal says at all.
And say it's a gunshot when it's a firework. And so.
But you thought it was a gunshot?
We thought it was a gunshot, but we just didn't want to be like.
Do you see that right there? We thought it was a gunshot. Well, in the printed up, typed up report, because they use their body cams to make their reports, he says, where's my girl, Crystal? Crystal. Crystal said around 8:35 p.m., she heard a loud noise that sounded like a firework or gunshot. Period. Do you want to know why it's so important to put in or firework? Like, that is bullshit. All right? Crystal and her man are adamant that it is a gunshot. But better yet, hold on here. Ready? Jordan Baker is full of shit. Okay. at 8:35, 8:30, 8:35, and she's not the only one. There's 10. These aren't paid actors, okay? There are 10 people that were in that apartment complex that said, we heard the gunshots either begin at 8:30 or we heard a gunshot at 8:30. According to Jordan Baker, okay, there was no such thing as any gunshot at that time. It was Brent was banging like pots and pans and cabinets, okay, and saying that he was gonna, pacing around with a gun and that type of stuff. Just so we're clear, I don't believe any of that, and there's a reason for it. Because why wouldn't Jordan Baker be saying, "Oh my God," then he takes his gun and he not only is he pacing around, but then he shoots it off. And while I'm hiding in my room, as he's saying, I'm hiding in my room to make a run for it. Okay. He doesn't say that. Also, Lamley, Harris, and Weingartner, they're the 3 cops. They're the ones that make entry into that apartment off the rip. And as you can see, when you go and you pause it perfectly, you see that there is no furniture in there. Okay. And thanks to Lamley's report, the room that supposedly Brent Kopacka was in, the door wasn't even closed. It was opened. Okay. Now, Crystal goes in to talk about Brent, and more notes were made. Brent had a red pickup truck. I finally got to the bottom of it. Brent Kopacka had a red pickup truck.
Freaked out people kind of thing. That's why we kind of wanted to call early.
Brent had 3 motor vehicle accidents and that they resulted in DUIs. He had 2 calls for domestic violence. And Darren Duncan was called the night of the incident at 9:30 p.m. Then the following day, Darren Duncan, so he had a conversation with Heidi. Then the next day he's trying to call Brent. He can't get through. And then he text messages Heidi and says, "Hey, I can't get a hold of Brent or Brent's father. Do I need to call the police to have them go over there to do a wellness check? What should I do?" She doesn't get back to him. That was on the 16th. Then that was on the 15th. Then on the 16th, Darren Duncan texts that same, it's all here in the FOIA that I have. Darren Duncan then texts her back on the 16th and says, you bother me at work, you lie to me, and then you fucking kill my best friend. End quote. Those are the text messages. So now when you go back and you hear these interviews with Darren Duncan, okay, and he was so upset that people are talking about Brent Kopacka with the University of Idaho murders. But the only thing that we were ever talking about here at this channel was, and Darren said it, you fucking killed my best friend. You lied to me. First of all, you bother me at work. So Darren was working when Heidi had called. You bother me at work. You lied to me when we're on the phone about whatever's going on, and he's talking. And I'm going to show you guys the messages. They're right here. And then he says, and then you kill my best fucking friend. And so I'm over here thinking, Darren, come out. Come out. I have the reports. I want to see if this is what you said to these officers. I want to see if they're actually reporting correctly on your conversation with the chick. But you clearly said it day one. That they killed your best friend, but they lied to you. So I want to know about what the lie is that they told you. And Brent Kopacka had 4 different numbers that the police had. One of them, nobody else had except for Jordan Baker. Jordan Baker supplied a completely different phone number than Darren Duncan. Isn't that interesting? Think about this call in. The Idaho4 murders just happened, right? Think about this. And somebody calls into the police and says that somebody is trying to kill their roommates. Like a month later. And whatever was said to the police, how anybody couldn't be thinking, oh my God, does this have any relation to what just happened in Idaho, right? But here it was Jordan Baker. Jordan Baker started this whole narrative. Jordan Baker said that he had just moved in an apartment with Brent 2 or 3 months ago. Same thing with Christian Yenna. Christian Yenna is in his room, literally in his room, watching NCIS, whatever the heck he was watching. He's in his room with his dog watching NCIS. Jordan Baker calls his pastor / friend of the pastor and claiming that Brent's doing all of these things, right? Then it's those people, the Charisse Guzman, she calls the police. And says that Jordan Baker reporting that Brent said that he was going to kill the roommates. Then his story starts changing. Jordan Baker's an absolute fucking liar. 150%. I want to know, though, how does Jordan Baker, Christian Yenna, and Brent Kopacka all become roommates somehow? Brent didn't work. Brent was living at 2 places when he talked to the cops in June of 2022, Pimlico and I believe over here. But they have no furniture in the living room. None. No furniture in the living room.
But I'm like, no, if they're doing their evacuation, like they'll come to us if we need to leave. Maybe this is just the best place for us at the time, kind of a thing.
And that was 8:30 p.m.
Yep, so 8:35 p.m. we heard that because I didn't check the time immediately, but after I got up and looked into the parking lot, came, sat down, and told them that was a weird sound. I quicked up my phone, it was 8:37.
Okay.
And so I want to say within 5 minutes, we started hearing stomping up the stairs, and then we heard banging on the door, and the Pullman police, open up, we're coming in, hands up, and then it was real quick. They said, get the dog. I think they said, get the dog. And then they ran down the stairs, and I looked out my balcony again, and you could see them running across. And like I said, all I saw was the black and white border collie running in front of the apartment. So I was worried for the other guy that lived there. But after that, we kind of just were like looking, and we noticed that an officer came back up. The 2 officers came from the right side. I think it's the south side, you guys are calling it, south side of the building. And I looked at them off the balcony, and I said, 3, they're on 3, because they kind of looked like they didn't know what forward. They were like up, down kind of thing. I'm like, 3, 3, go up to 3. So they came up, and then they were all down pretty quick. And then they kind of just, there was nothing, and we're like, this can't be over, because we can still hear someone in the hallway. And then we had the one, I don't know if he was a sniper or not, but he was behind the car. And then another one showed up, and they were sitting together, and we could hear them say that they're going to call SWAT in.
Okay, right there. Before ever SWAT was called in, she's over here talking about the fact that there was somebody behind a car with a rifle. Okay. I went and looked and saw when these reports were written. Okay. And these reports, these people all watched and listened to what these people were saying so that they could account for, to see what people saw. Now, I want to show you something that's absolutely wild. So Crystal said that there's a gunshot around 8:35 p.m., which had been before even 911 was called. Okay. Crystal said she looked outside but did not see anything. Crystal said about 5 minutes later, she heard police yelling, Pullman, police, open up the door, show your hands. Crystal said she heard a loud noise again. Crystal said that she went out to her balcony and saw the police running away with a dog. Crystal said that she has seen the dog from the apartment 311. Crystal said that within 10 minutes, she saw a police officer in the parking lot with a gun watching the balcony of apartment 311. That's not what she said at all. She said that it was behind the vehicle with it was a rifle. Okay. So then that got me thinking, if there was a rifle, okay, behind the vehicle in the parking lot, why wouldn't this officer that's writing this report be mentioning that? Why is he saying it? Crystal said that Crystal said that within 10 minutes she saw a police officer in the parking lot with a gun watching the balcony of an apartment 311. That's not what she said at all. Crystal said that she could hear the police in the hallway asking if the remaining person, Brent, was okay and if he was armed. So let's listen to see what she says.
And it kind of was like that for a good hour. I think it stayed pretty calm. It was just them in the parking lot. Anytime someone came down the stairs, they'd run to the person. They're like, you live here or not? You live here. This is what the situation is. And I know they saw at 9:15, I think a girl showed up and they let her go into the first floor, but that was within the first 15 minutes of it happening, I think.
Did you see anybody come out of 311?
No, I didn't. That's why I saw them have the dog, but I didn't see anybody in 311. We didn't we were trying to open the door to see, but we didn't want to stick our heads down.
Could you still hear somebody in 311 though?
We couldn't hear him. He was very quiet, but then when the negotiator came up, and we could hear the negotiator, Brent, if you're in there, knock on the wall, please respond. I need you to talk to me. I need your side of the story. We need to know what's going on. Brent, I want to help you, but I can't help you if you're not talking. And it was just a bunch of that, and they brought I heard them say, oh, he doesn't have a phone, we need to bring the phone. So they put the phone there, and they started dialing the phone. And every time he's like, Brent, the phone's ringing, I need you to open this door, pick up the phone. So I think they put it in front of the apartment, because they didn't just put it in there. But they did open the door once. When they first got there, I forgot, they came up after they had got the dog up. And I think it was a negotiator and a guy from what I was hearing, but the negotiator said that if you open the door, you listen to the police officer's instructions, we can get through this. And I heard him say, hands up, what's in your hand? I need to see what's in your hand. And then it just kind of ended from that. So I think he opened the door and went back in, but I don't know. And then
That's the part that's not on body cam. This is ridiculous. Okay. Crystal said after a while, it sounded like Brent opened the door as the officers were saying, now when you open the door, you need to listen to what he tells you. Open the door, hands up where you can see them, and hands up what is in your waist. What is in your waist? Did she say that, guys? Did she say what is in your waist? No, she didn't. Hands up, hands up. What is in your waist? What do you have behind you? Did she say that?
Had got the dog up, and I think it was a negotiator and a guy from what I was hearing, but the negotiator said that if you open the door, you listen to the police officer's instructions, we can get through this. And I heard him say, hands up, what's in your hand? I need to see what's in your hand. And then it just kind of ended from that. So I think he opened the door and went back in, but I don't know. And then
How could you watch this body cam and write up the report that I'm reading? Hands up where we can see them, and hands up. What is in your waist? What do you have behind you? Crystal said this did not last long, and more cops were coming to and from the stairs, while a few more with guns positioned in the parking lot. Crystal said for about an hour, police positioned themselves and called in necessary reinforcements, keeping a watch on who was coming into the parking lot and not letting them be in danger. Crystal said after waiting for more reinforcement, EMT and SWAT, they started to attempt to talk to Brent. Crystal said they asked, I can't help if I don't know your side of the story, Brent. Are you all right? Are you okay? Can you hear me? Knock on the wall if you can hear me and let me know that you are all right. Are you armed? Do you have a weapon? Crystal said they tried leaving a phone outside the door so that Brent could talk to the police with the phone since he could not be heard through the wall that well. Crystal said that they started trying to negotiate with Brent for the next hours using a phone or anything. He would talk to them, but Brent was uncooperative and she could not hear him say anything or give any indication by the police that he was responding. Then, now the guy that's right there with her, this is what gets crazy. David right there with her. On the 14th, I heard a loud bang at 8:30 while he was in the living room. David said he tried to find the source of the sound by looking into the parking lot outside, but could not see anything. David said the sound was loud enough that he could not figure out the direction it came from, so he didn't think it was worth investigating. David said about 10 minutes later, he heard quick feet going up the stairs and yelling by cops. So, like, there was a gunshot before anything else. And guess who was there and decided to take out rifles to go approach the house? Weingartner and Harris. Okay? Weingartner and Harris. And it's because Jordan Baker, they said, Jordan Baker told the pastor and the Guzman lady when they called 911, it was Baker that's over here saying that he's got a rifle. Brent didn't have no fucking rifle. When the cop, Harkin said that said he went to the door to listen, Harkin said, this is David, said he heard the cops remove a dog. He said he did not open the door enough to see. David said it was fuzzy what happened the next 40 minutes, but he turned on the police scanner and listened to them call SWAT. He said the longer this went on, the more random yelling he could hear, but he could not make out the words. David said listening to this was irritating him because of the looping questions. The looping questions. He was listening to the scanner, and it was the looping questions. People that were listening to the scanner, this kid says it was all like on a loop. It was the same thing, just looping in real time. Explain that. So he ends talking about with Crystal. He ends basically Crystal goes on to talk about, we're going to hear about Brent here. They don't write anything down about Brent. Watch this. It's wild.
Basically, you sat there, the SWAT car pulled up. Didn't hear really any gunshots or anything. Just a lot of from 11 to like midnight when we were like, okay, they're saying things like, we need to get the door down, 10 minutes, we'll do the door. And I was like, no, we should probably call and ask them, should we be here when they're doing this, or do we need to leave before they do this? And so we left about, have it when we called 911 here, when we left, probably about 3 minutes adding to it. Excuse me. At 12:06, I called the non-emergency line and asked them if we should leave or not. So by 12:10, I want to say we were out of the building, and they had us go outer door, down the stairs, out the south well, and then that was it, basically. There was nobody there at the bottom when we got out of the apartment to the side. We're just like, okay, we're out of the building. We go up right where we go.
And you mentioned that you've seen the police.
Do you know how important that is, what she just said right there? There was nobody there at the bottom of that stairwell down on that side. Do you know that in every report where people are saying that they're located, there's people that are saying that they're located right there? Can you fucking believe this shit? Who leaves a whole apartment of civilians just in an apartment complex with an active shooter? So,
there before?
Yes. So the two people that I know of that live there that we've seen going in and out, not tonight in the last 24 hours, but in the past 3-6 months of them living there, is an African-American male.
okay, right there. The African-American male is the one that brought the dog out.
Who has the black and white border collie named Bellamy. Don't know his name, but he seemed really nice. And then the other guy we've seen has been a white male who usually wears a black sweater like this, and it's got white writing on the back of it. I can't make out.
A black hoodie.
Long hair, short hair?
I think about short. It's definitely not long, I don't think.
Okay.
Because usually whenever he's walking around, he's always like this.
Okay.
And he's got a hat like that over his head.
Okay.
But we actually, I don't know if we still have it, but we have a security camera on our balcony facing the parking lot right there from
Okay.
the stairs, because we park our cars right there, and he was messing with the bumper of his car one day, and so he yelled from the balcony, like, hey, please don't touch my car. And the guy's like, oh, sorry, man.
Does that record all the time?
Yep, 24/7. It has all of last night. If the snow's not blocking the picture, but we have two. We have,
You think it was blocking it, the snow?
well, we have the bud cam too. We have two cams.
Two cameras. Two cameras. Where are those cameras? Where are those cameras? Funny that Jordan Baker nor Christian Yana mentioned gunshots at 8:30.
But I can show you. Oh, you already looked for it?
It's only something quick detection.
So I'm like, we have one that faces right here, out into the balcony.
Look at all that.
So we can see, like, just these are our cars, but this is usually to face our cat. This is the one we usually hide on the balcony, and usually it faces our cars, but this is the one that we, I guess it's just set to record now, but usually they set to record all the time.
Okay.
But so I have, if he hasn't been deleted, but we've had him on there before, because he's been in the.
Who deleted her shit? It's set to record all the time, and she's like, I don't know. I guess it just started recording right now. What? Well, guess who was going through all of those apartments? Guess who went through all of those apartments? The fucking police. Those are set to record all the time. What? Jordan Baker. So I want to know if Brian Kohlberger and Jordan Baker know each other.
Parking lot, and one day he was like sitting in the middle of the parking lot with a gallon water jug. And he was sitting like
That's a Borg.
this, kind of just like in the parking lot. And everybody kept walking by, and they were like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just sitting here. He was like in the middle of the parking lot, not like on the side.
How long ago do you think that was?
Definitely, not. There was no snow on the ground. She remembers the day because she's like, "Yeah, I remember that guy being out there."
Okay.
But he was there. And then he like messed with our car. But then it's like we don't see him for a week at a time or so. And then you'll see him for like 2 or 3 days just kind of loitering around. And, you know, he said he lived here. Like the one day he was messing with his car, he came up to the 3rd floor and he opened the door and talked to him in the hallway. I was like, "Hey, you need some help? You lost or something?" He said, "Oh no, my brother lives in this apartment and I'm waiting for him to wake up from his nap to let me in." And so he offered him a bottle of water, and that's when we figured out his name was Brent. So I'm like, I know Brent lives there. I don't know the African-American's male's name. But, you know, I'm assuming Brent is the one that did everything. But so that was, interactions with him has just been, we've seen him, but yes, something's off. And we can tell every time we've seen him that, like, this is just, he doesn't really talk. I mean, I saw him 3 or 4 days ago, actually, when I went to walk the dogs. I was going across the street from the apartment, and he was walking this way. And I mean, I stopped and waited for the car, and he just started walking, and the car basically had to stop before he turned and then went that way. But he almost walked in front of a car like 4 or 5 days ago, less than a week at the most ago. Because I remember telling him about that. I was like, that weird guy was there again, like a week ago, and he almost got hit. And there was snow on the ground because I almost died. I just remember that. It's almost something all the time.
Do you understand? Okay. Do you understand that that is the same week that she's talking about, a week before this incident? That's the same. If you back up your 7 days, that's when he's posting on Facebook, "I see you," too. And what I mean by that post, I see you too. What's interesting to me about that is that Dylan Mortensen's talking about eyebrows. Dylan Mortensen's talking about only possibly seeing one eyebrow and that it's bushy. And here, and that's all around the time when she was being interviewed and saying those things, Brent Kopacka uploads a picture of one eye, like, all up on his eye, and eyebrow, eye, and saying, I see you too. Meanwhile, nobody knows at the time that Dylan saw the person that was the masked person, right? So nobody would have known that. That's something only that Dylan Mortensen and the cops would know. And then here randomly, this guy who would then get gunned down a week later puts now on his social media Facebook account that picture and says that. Heidi Lamley, who was looking through his social media, goes to his Facebook. She had his birth date, she had his past incidences, and she pulls up his Facebook and she's jotting it down in her notes. And it says that he's in a complicated relationship. So if she's scrolling, she would have seen this stuff. But that's what everybody does. Here, let's go look at their socials. Let's see, and the reason that they had Darren Duncan's number that they called him is because Darren Duncan called in a wellness check on him on a couple months back in September. And so that number was in their system. Christian Yana was in the system, but he had no phone number attached. And Jordan Baker was in the system. Because I wondered how they knew about Darren. And
following last night, we evacuated. And then when we evacuated at noon or midnight by choice, we kind of didn't know where to go. So Mr. Noah let us sit in his car, and he put the dogs in there to keep them warm, put us in there, and he said, as soon as we know an evacuation plan, I'll let you know. And so we were, sitting there, and we could hear his gunshot. Actually, I don't know, can't remember what ones we heard first, but I know we heard the 3 wild bangs of the beanbags in the smoke. And then we heard him fire back, and then just a bunch of him, basically. It went from maybe once every 15 minutes it sounded like of a gunshot to once every 7 or 10 minutes to once every 3 minutes he was popping off with the thing. And then they said that the evacuation was happening, and he drove us across the street, and we got up with everybody else, and they're like, what is going on? I don't know, I have high anxiety. The second these things were happening in the parking lot at 9, I was on this and what's going on? But I think that's all I can remember. I couldn't ever hear him though. They were talking.
There it is. I couldn't ever hear him though. I could never hear him. There you go. Wild, right? I could never hear him though. I could never hear him. Patrick, who was in 210, okay? Perry said he went to bed around 9 p.m. Sometime before he fell asleep at 9 p.m., he heard 2 pop bang sounds and 2 guys talking. Maybe arguing. And some other noises, sounds he couldn't really identify. Again, same as Crystal talked about, the 8:30. Kylie said she heard a loud bang / crash. Okay, they always have to say, oh, let's put the word crash down here. She heard a bang around 8:30 from above. It was silence after. So she dismissed it. This is the girl that said she was taken over by sleeping bitch disease. Alexis stated that she fell asleep around 8 p.m. and woke up to yelling and banging coming from the floor above her. Alexis said once she woke up, she heard lots of phrases like, "You are under arrest. Please come out with your hands up and nothing in them. We can talk about this. We don't want to hurt you. Put the firearm down and come out with your hands up. Please respond. The phone is there for us to talk to you." She said they were referring to him as Fred or like friend, hey friend or hey Fred. She assumed Fred, but he wasn't responding. Diane said she heard shooting from the apartment above her starting at 8:45. I mean, everybody is talking about this happening prior to. Okay, so check this out. Then we're going to talk about what the cops say. Oh, boy. All right, I want to show you guys something. Okay. At 8:36 and 9 seconds is the call. 8:36 and 9 seconds. At 8:37, or I'm sorry, at 8:39, 8:41, and another one at 8:41 and 29 seconds. So 406 and 407, or 406 badge and 447 badge, both click on their button to put en route to call is at 8:41 and 29 seconds. 8:39 and 30 seconds is the 468 badge en route. Then Wade, who's Weingartner, his badge is 468. He arrives at 8:42 and 55 seconds, so a minute and 30 seconds. The 406 badge arrived on scene, Harris, at 8:43 and 52 seconds. And then the person that never clicked the button, the arrival button, was Heidi Lamley. Because remember, she came up the other way from Harris, and Heidi doesn't have a rifle. Those other two do. This was considered a low priority. Have someone work on blocking the parking lot at 8:58. Check Spillman and get phone numbers for the subjects. he wants her to go get that shield after they went in there to grab, just to try to confirm we have everyone out except the armed subject. They activate SWAT at 8:54. The complainant, the person that called in, is in a red SUV in the parking lot. Get background check or get background. They didn't get shit on him. They got Christian Yana went over the speaker at 9:06. Brent Kopacka went over the speaker at 9:06 and 46 seconds. The first time that they say units to the third floor is at 8:51 and 46 seconds. That goes over at come to 311 top floor. That's at 8:51 and 46 seconds. But that's the 447. And I don't know who you're telling to come to the, and then that's when in the report, it was Heidi is being told that allegedly from the reports that she wrote up. Heidi was adamant. She had her lawyer ask the police chief if she could use body cam and everything to do with any radio to write her report up. Heidi puts it over the airways at 9:29 that one of the roommates advised that Brent was in the military and had PTSD. So when Harris writes up his report and is acting like he does not know that Brent had PTSD, was in the military, Humvee blew up. He was the only person to survive. 82nd Airborne, all of this stuff. Heidi has it all in her notes. Ready? And Heidi went specifically to the room 305 across the way. And I want to show you how good Heidi was about taking these notes and about relaying this message. So we're going to come back to that. And now I'm going to bring in these notes that Heidi did from this FOIA. Okay, so between 9/23 in 2022 and 9/23 in 2023, these are the case numbers that involve use of force. Okay. So right now I'm trying to get, this is the search warrant. Okay, that there was a couple search warrants that have to do with this case. The search warrant from the night of the incident before he's allegedly shot. I mean, I believe that he was shot earlier. But they want to say he was shot later. Awesome, great. But the search warrant to do all that, Heidi goes and gets it. But this search warrant here is for then the next day you need to get a search warrant because you're going in there to get things like all the shell casings. And so this is the search warrant for that type of stuff. But the thing that's not attached to it is seize if located evidence of the above listed crimes, including they want to seize a white male named Brent. So you're getting him. Any and all, this is what I wanted. Any and all firearms and firearm related items, including but not limited to ammunition, shell casings, magazines, accessories. This is what I wanted. I wanted to see, I don't want to see Brent laying on the ground. I want to see the pictures that you took where all these shell casings would be from everything that he fired from that room, his shots. Okay. All these shots that he said that the cops are saying that he took, where are they? Okay. The guns that he had, this rifle he had. There was a pistol in that room. Medications related to PTSD. And then anything in there that would show that that's where he lives, like a bill in his name or something. Okay. And so I went through all of this, and there's no return. Like, where's the returned items? Like, where's your inventory? This is their Heidi, Chris, and they said assault, physical harm, harassment, violence. This is what Jordan C. Baker, a check of Baker's local involvements show no indication Baker has provided false statements to law enforcement. Because they're including that in there because it was what they were saying to what Baker was saying to him, what Yenna was saying to him in order to like have this even happen. It's because of what these people were saying. Probable cause. On 12/14/2022 at approximately 20:39 hours, Pullman police were dispatched to a weapons offense. Officer Weingartner advised and spoke with a resident of apartment 311, Jordan Baker, who advised Officer Weingartner his roommate Brent, who, by the way, Jordan Baker did not know Brent's last name. Can you imagine being a roommate with somebody and not knowing their last name? And you live with somebody for 3 months? You don't know this person's last name? Who has ever lived with somebody and you don't know their last name? Brent threatened to shoot him in 5 minutes. Heidi Lamley was not buying his story, by the way. I'm going to show you why. Officer Weingartner, Sergeant Harris, and Officer Lamley entered apartment 311. You would never enter the way they did either. And requested the occupants of the apartment come out with their hands up. Christian Yenna came out of his bedroom. No one else came out of a bedroom. The other bedroom door that they're saying that was Brent's, the door was open. The door was open. Officer Lamley was later advised that Sergeant Harris observed a male they believed to be Brent. So, see, Officer Lamley's in that room. Officer Lamley does not see Brent. She's advised when she goes back and talks to Harris, and Harris is like, I saw Brent. They saw him as we entered the apartment. Officers have been watching the door to the apartment since they entered the apartment shortly after the call to the police. Officer Lamley spoke with Yenna, Christian Yenna, who told her his name was Gabriel, who told her his roommate Brent said he was going to shoot somebody. Wait till you see the interview of that. Yenna said he knew Brent was in the Army, 35 years old, and has PTSD. Yenna said Brent was ranting and throwing stuff. Yenna said something about letting Brent's brother go. Yenna told her he did not believe Brent was going to shoot him or his roommate. It's because Yenna never said that Brent said he was going to shoot him. Officer Lamley spoke with Jordan Baker, who told her about 8:30 or 8:40, he heard his roommate Brent screaming and yelling. Well, guess what everybody else says that they heard? A gunshot. Okay. Everybody else is saying, wait, that's not what we heard at 8:30 and 8:40. We heard a motherfucking gunshot. That's what we heard. Baker said Brent was making death threats to he and his roommate when they were not in the room. Baker told her he heard Brent say, in quotes, "Hey, if you don't move out of this apartment in 5 minutes, I'm going to get my gun and shoot you." Baker said, he also said, in quotes, "You have 5 minutes or I'm going to shoot," end quote. Now, just so we're clear, all of these kids, all these guys are gamers. And so are the pastor, best friend, the Guzmans and their kids. They're all gamers. Officer Lamley asked Baker if he thought Brent was going to kill him. Baker told her, yeah, possibly. Baker said he also thought, in quotes, I don't know why they keep doing this, Brent maybe talking crazy or hallucinating. Baker told her Brent has a rifle. Baker told her he left the apartment because he did not feel safe with Brent in the apartment making threats. And then the question comes out is, how did you get out? You know, if he's supposedly like pacing around right outside your apartment door, that's before you get to the outside door to like leave, you know, how did you know to make a run for it? When did you make a run for it? He didn't grab you before you left? Like if he's standing out there with a gun. Like, the story doesn't make any sense, basically. The Pullman Police Department has continued to try to contact Brent by phone and text with the last attempt around 10:38 hours, because she's writing this one up, Heidi. But guess what I realized? They tried Brent 4 different ways. They tried him on 3 different phone numbers. And then what was interesting to me is I saw that they tried him on a Google text number that was never known to anybody until, I found that out yesterday when I was sifting through more shit of Brent, because of we've been looking into Brent since this all happened, right? But what Steve G said the other day, people should listen to that. What do you mean Brian was going to blame shit on Brent, a fallen vet, right? How? Blame it on him. Blame it on him. Is that just coming from the alternative perpetrator motion, or is there more to it? As in, remember when Ann Taylor wanted discovery requests in the beginning, and she wanted the video audio recording of Brett Payne talking to Brian Kohlberger in Pennsylvania. You guys remember that? Did they ever interview Brian Kohlberger before he had a lawyer? Did Brian Kohlberger ever call in any tips? Remember when Ann Taylor recently said, I came across a tip and I was I was surprised to see what I found when I came across this tip. The Pullman Police Department has continued to try to contact Brent. Last attempt, There's been no response. No response. So we didn't talk to him out in the hallway. You know, where's any of that in this probable cause? Contact was made about, now they're saying 10:50. But Brent is not responding now. Like, contact was made at or about 10:50. Now I'm going to tell you what this means. When the SWAT team got there and the people that were had body cams on, one person said that they talked to Brent because he came to the door and he opened the door. And he said, I'm not coming outside. I didn't do anything wrong. Like, I'm not like, and then just closed the door on them. Wait a second. Oh, well, this has to be on body cam somewhere, right? You would think, right? All these people that have these body cams. Where is Brent coming to the door in this interaction? What do you mean Brent opened the door? Why wouldn't he be taken down and detained? These are exigent circumstances. You don't need a fucking warrant. Take him down when he opens the door. You guys are clearly knocking on the door. He answers it. Oh, hey, by the way, we have a warrant for your arrest. Can you come out here? No, I'm not coming out there. Oh, you're not? Okay. Yeah, I didn't do anything wrong. I have no idea why you're here. And he just shuts the door. Give me a fucking break. Who believes that shit? I just had to. Nobody believes that shit. Neither Baker nor Yenna know Brent's last name. Are you kidding me? Baker told me he has lived with Brent for 2 months. And then this is where the amazing lie that if I would have been interviewing Brent or Jordan Baker, I would have caught like this. Let me read this little interview. For the record, I'm getting that body cam. Jordan Baker was interviewed at his hotel room. He was missing for 3 or 4 hours. 3 or 4 hours. He says, oh, I fell asleep. So sorry. Calling you back now. I'm at my hotel room if you want to come interview me, Heidi. He leaves this little incident and goes to Dairy Queen with the pastor and the Guzmans. Then he's missing from like 9:30 until 3 o'clock in the morning. Then Heidi Lamley goes to the Pullman Police Department to get a battery, more battery for her body cam because it was low. So she switches it out, gets a body, different, and then heads to his hotel room. And the interview that Heidi conducts with Jordan Baker at his hotel room, like I said, is like at 3 o'clock in the morning. And she types up and she says, oh, the reason it took me an extra 15 minutes to get to the hotel, because it's like right there, is because I had to go to the Pullman Police Department and I had to get a camera or a battery for my body cam. She's writing this up like in her report. So when she's interviewing Jordan, he says that he's only known Brent or living with Brent for 2 months. Has only known, what does she write here? Has only known him for 2 months. Told me he lived with Brent for 2 months. So did he know him before they moved in together? But he claimed that he had beginning to go like off the walls in the last 2 months. Like he started acting differently in the last 2 months. And it's like, well, how long have you known him? How do you know that this is any different than how he normally acts? Because in the interview, it's like he's only known him for the time period of that he's saying that he's been acting differently. And it's like, well, I thought you said you don't know him. So how would you know this is different? Like, and so I'll read off that interview according to the typed up because I don't have the body cam yet. Again, neither Baker or Yana knew Brent's last name. Baker told me he has lived with Brent for 2 months. We later learned that Brent is Brent like that. Oh, boy. I didn't want to do that. At 2:23 hours, Kopacka began shooting a firearm inside. He fired approximately 28 rounds. So I'm like, where are all those shell casings? That's all I want. I want to see all those shell casings. I mean, I'm sure that they've made sure it's there. And so this is what was to be searched. A white male named Brent and any and all firearms and ammunition. I am requesting permission to search and seize the following of domestic violence felony harassment. They had to do it a couple different times. Then other persons providing information and basis for the reliability of what he's getting. Heidi, Chris Engel. So they bump it up because now after he was deceased, now they're looking for all this items as well. And then here you would have like this return, and it's like, oh, okay, here we go. Hello. This is the Darren Duncan messages to the cops. So Darren gets a phone call during the night at like 9:30, and so he texts back. And he says on Thursday, December 15th at 2, hello, my name is Darren Duncan from Illinois. You called me last night around midnight, CST. So Central Time, that would be 10. Is there any way you can do a follow-up with me? I'm very worried about him and cannot get a hold of him or his father. End chat. She doesn't respond. Then at 1:50, then the next day on the 16th. Hello, my name is Darren Duncan from Illinois. You called me the other night around midnight asking about Brent Kopacka. Is there any way that you can do a follow-up with me? I'm very worried about him and cannot get a hold of him or his father. If you are not allowed to do that, can you please give me advice on what to do to make sure he's okay? Do I call the police department in that town, the hospital? Like, what's going on? So this is, remember you have to go. Oh, wait, if he called 10 p.m., wait a second. If he called 10 p.m., no, he called midnight. Okay, yeah, 10. That's right. There's 2 hours. Yeah, so that'd be 10. That's about right. She does not return this message. Okay. Then, again, remember, the reason that Darren Duncan was ever called is because he had made a wellness call on him. And so therefore his number was in underneath Brent's information because they were trying to get a hold of family. And so that's why they called Darren Duncan. Now look at this then at 8:19. He texts back. So you can bother me at work, lie to me, kill my best friend, but can't text back. I hope your nightmares are half as bad as his. Darren hadn't spoken. That's not true. That's not true at all. That's not true. I have the interview. I mean, unless Darren lied to the police, but I don't see that. Darren then tried to call Brent. Like I said, on the 15th, on the 16th, couldn't get in touch with him or Brent's father. And so he texts the woman that called him and saying, hey, like, what's going on? What's going on? Then he comes to find out that Brent was shot and killed. But the thing that's interesting, is the part about you lied to me. So you call me at work, lie to me about why you're calling me, right? And then you kill my best friend, but can't text me back. I hope your nightmares are half as bad as his. Okay. We don't know who this text was to. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Here, I guess I gotta go way slower. From, on behalf of Archive, here you go. Friday, 16th December 2022. To Kayla Nuxall, cop. Okay? Fucking cop. SMS. She has to put it in her report. December 16th, 2022. These are all the texts from this man. I am not allowed to respond to him. If you're a cop, you're not texting somebody back. But you have to put this in your report. You're supposed to. She did. Kayla Nuxall. She was the negotiator that night. The first one. And all she did was write down every time that she called Brent's throw phone that they provided, as well as his cell phones. I didn't mean to make you mad. No madness here. It's just right on the screen. I'm telling you, providing receipts, and I'm telling you who he's texting. Just make sure that you're reading. You know, please just do your part. So yeah. So you can bother me at work, lie to me, kill my best friend, but you can't text back. I hope your nightmares are as half as bad as his. I'd be saying things like, what the fuck are you doing? What happened? You called me. These are all the things that you said to me. I'd be like making a record. But then what's crazy to me is that he's straight up saying, Darren Duncan saying, you guys killed my friend. But then he comes out on the internet and is so pissed that people want to look into how his friend was killed, but yet he had the same fucking issues. You see that? What I'm doing here is I'm proving, Darren Duncan, you said the same thing that everybody else did, and you had a problem with us saying that your friend should have never been shot and killed. And the story that's being told isn't the story. And Jordan Baker lied. You know how I know Jordan Baker lied? Because of 15 other people that were in that apartment complex and that are saying that they heard a gunshot at 8:30 prior to the police ever being called. Jordan Baker doesn't say that there was a gunshot. Christian Yenin doesn't say that there was a gunshot. They're in that room. They're supposed to be so scared of him, right? It's absolute craziness. And then you have the mix of Steve Gonsalves coming out and him saying, holy shit, Brian was going to put this blame of fallen vet. Well, this fallen vet didn't fall. Like, they knew who Brent was, guys. They knew who he was. They've dealt with Brent. They've dealt with Brent on a lot. Like, it wasn't like, who's this random guy, Brent Kopacka? No, they knew. They knew who he was. Do you know how many people were called in on this call? And when so they're seeing all this stuff come over their radio, and they're able to, like, wait, who's the guy in there? Brent Kopacka, wait, he's the army dude. He's the guy that we always deal with. We were over at his I mean, Romeo writes in it, but in his report that he just dealt with him on an incident on 9/19/2022. They know who Brent is. Hey, we need to do everything that we can. That's a vet in there. Darren Duncan was saying that Brent is non-confrontational. He's harmless. He would never hurt anybody. Okay. Yes. I used to live with him. I stopped living with him because he just drinks a lot. Okay. They were asking him if he takes medication. Does he have any, what's he diagnosed with? He's like, I don't know if it's like anything that he was ever diagnosed with, but he was, his Humvee was blown up and he was the only person that was alive after. And, he had to have surgery, which normally what leads to people taking drugs is because the pain with surgery and you get hooked on shit. And so then you start mix that with what's going on with your experience over in Afghanistan. And yeah. What's up, Karen? Very late, but we'll catch up later. Aw, Karen, shake it. Thank you. Michelle, have to look at the eye, what I sent Lana. I don't care what's in the picture of the eye. That doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is the dates of all of this. What matters to me is that a Jordan Baker calling and lying. Brent saying that he has 2 places that he's living. Brent not having a job. How do you have an apartment if you don't have a job? Was Brent involved with the church? I mean, where was Brent working? As I was trying to figure it out for the past 2 years. Everything now, Brent didn't have a job. Well, guess what? How do you pay for an apartment? Guess what? Would you DoorDash? He had 3 DUIs. Guess who else has DUIs? Molly. Guess who else has been doing meth? Molly. Guess who got into meth? Brent. Guess who would be around Pullman and Moscow walking around? Late at night. Brent. Police know this. And so therefore they would go to somebody like this and say, hey, what's up? Who were you with last night? What'd you guys see? Where were you and your little friends hanging out? Who's been acting weird? Woo, woo. 10 months. Karen, I'm 1 year old. Cheers, Karen. Cheers. Texas. So, Lana, are we talking uttered Ellie ineptitude or Ellie being weaponized to cover stuff that involves bigger names? Well, what this looks like to me is that Jordan Baker lied. Now, why did Jordan Baker have to lie? Why would these 2 officers get out of their car with rifles? And they say because Jordan Baker said that Brent had rifles inside. Well, Jordan Baker wasn't the 911 caller. The 911 caller was who Jordan Baker was on the phone with. And that would be Charisse Guzman. And guess what Guzman runs? And guess what her husband? He's a veteran. So they know Christian Yana well. They know Jordan Baker well, the Guzmans. And you guys, Charisse runs the Veterans Affairs offices over there at WSU's campus. They're all about the veterans, okay? Brett Kopacka being a veteran, okay, and them saying what they do for a living, they would have got out of their car and be like, wait, hold on a second. I get that, hey, we're the 911 caller, okay? But let me tell you something. The guy that's in there, we know him. Okay, he's a veteran. he's suffering from PTSD maybe right now. Maybe he needs to be taking medication and he's not. I don't know what's going on, but something isn't right. And this can escalate to a completely, this is not a good situation for what he had, what this isn't good. Instead, the Guzmans roll up. The Guzman doesn't get out of his vehicle, sits in his vehicle. They actually had, I think, were there with two different cars, but one for sure. And don't even like Jordan Baker's out talking to on the phone with, first of all, the pastor and the Guzmans, and the cops are trying to talk to him. They're like, will you put the phone away? Like, what the fuck? And then the pastor gets there, and he's the white guy, tall guy. And this is the most awkward situation. Like, you see, holy shit, these cops came here and they have rifles over the phone calls that we just made. You're a pastor. You're a pastor. The cops are here with rifles from the phone call that we were just a part of. You're not going to say, wait, hang on a second. Like, wait. Let's, like, we know this guy. Somebody has to know Brent. How would Jordan Baker find Brent? How would Christian Yenna find Brent? How did they become roommates? Is it through the church? Hey, a couple different people in here need places to live, so why don't you guys all become roommates and you guys can chip in and pay for this apartment here that has, and don't worry, you guys can just sleep on the floor and just sleep on mattresses. I mean, the church help people. Okay. Christian went off walking. Gabriel. And Jordan Baker gets in the car with Guzman and the pastor. I did all the back work on it. Guzman and the pastor live right by each other over there in Pullman. They then leave to go to Dairy Queen. They then are MIA until Jordan Baker supposedly says he wakes up, that he fell asleep. Who could possibly fall asleep when your apartment was just taken over by the SWAT? And he's like, I don't want to get, Brent in any trouble or anything. Get him in any trouble or anything. Everybody at 8:30 was reporting that there was already a gunshot. But Jordan nor Christian Yenna report that. And in fact, Jordan Baker leaves the apartment supposedly. And, which, mind you, Brent's not here to say if Jordan Baker was his fucking roommate or not. Let's get that also fact. And Christian is in the room watching television with his dog. Didn't leave when supposedly Brent's pacing around with a rifle and a pistol. Because Christian Yenna said that he wasn't worried. He didn't think that his roommate was going to shoot him. And now think about this. This community in that area is on the biggest manhunt for the killers of the 4 students. And you have this big explosion that's happening right here. And I'm threatening to kill my roommates. That's what goes out. What would these people immediately think in that area? That this has something to do with the Idaho4 case. How could you not? You'd be an idiot. And how I know that they thought about it is because on December 20th, I'm going to scroll down and you guys can see it for yourselves. They reached out to the police. involved in this case and said, what was the make and model of the vehicle that Brent Kopacka drove? Why would you care about that? Why would that even matter? What was the make and model of the vehicle that Brent Kopacka drove? Why would that matter? The ICU, like this, too, that was December 6th. The world doesn't even know about the white Honda Elantra that they're looking for. Okay. That's a December 6th post on his Facebook page. Then on the 7th, they say that they're looking for 2011, 2013 white Honda Elantra. Then a week after that, this man is swatted. Right after Brian Colbert and his dad drive up out of Pullman. It seems like Brent Kopacka was silenced. It seems like, what if Brent Kopacka was with Molly the night with the DoorDash? What if Brent Kopacka used Molly's app to DoorDash that night because he couldn't use one if he was ever a DoorDasher because of his DUIs? Sharice Guzman, the person that called 911, and Brian Colbert both had offices at WSU's campus very close to each other. What if Brent Kopacka knew that Molly wasn't the DoorDasher that night? And Molly is going to be the person that's supposed to be testifying that she saw Brian because Brent Kopacka knows where Molly was. There's a lot of different ways to look at why Brent Kopacka would have been shut down. But I can tell you what, Jordan Baker's a motherfucking liar. And why would you lie about this? Look what happened from your lie. How about that? I'm just curious how Brent had any money if he didn't have a job. We all know when people don't have jobs, there's a couple different things that people can do. And usually people that develop addictions, there's a chance that they will then start selling so they can fund their addiction. But how would he be able to afford to live anywhere if he doesn't have a job? What makes sense is that Brent Kopacka would be in contact and know the Guzmans because of their affiliation with the Veterans Affairs at WSU's campus, right? So it would make sense that Brent would 100% be yep, he's going to get some money from that, no doubt about it. How much though? How much though? How much? Well, I hate to say this, but $3,800 if you're into drugs and you have a habit, it's not a lot, depending on how much you're going to pay for something. And so if the church knew who Brent Kopacka was, okay, and for the record, the pastor is decent friends with a couple of the cops on the Pullman Police Department. Wouldn't there be a different way to handle this? Than the like if you're just think about your mentality as a pastor. Think about your mentality if you're the Guzmans and you're part of the leadership roles at the church. This would never be how you would handle a situation. Especially when you go and read the Guzmans Facebook page and you read all the stuff that they post about. It doesn't add up, but this is you would never handle a situation that way. So Darren Duncan was called. Oh wait, here is this where we go. Oh yes, here we go. Good time for a laugh. All right. So as I'm going through this, as you can see, 737 pages. Okay. I'm just like looking through all my stuff, putting things the way that I want them in order, printing stuff up and putting them in little files. Okay. To sort it all out, to put all these reports together in chronological order and to see where everybody is situated on the map at the apartment complex on who's saying they heard an 8:30 gunshot, basically. Okay. So I'm putting all this stuff together and I get to this fucking section, which is people replying and writing in on the Pullman police Facebook shit. Okay. I'm scrolling down and I'm like, so here at Pullman Police at WSU, still wondering what happened to Brent Kopacka. Is the investigation complete? 8/31/2023, 11:18. Okay. And this is, Twitter mentions right here. So it tells you what it is. This is Twitter. Then you can see one of the comments back. This is actually before that. So we're talking about a different incident. And so somebody responded to that. So then somebody mentions on Twitter here on 9/5/2023 at Pullman at City of Moscow. What about Brent Kopacka? Oh, wait, you shot him dead. My bad. Okay. Room rental, armchair, PI. It's in a response to this. Pullman Police Department is assisting with this morning's active shooter event at City of Moscow. Please continue to call 911 as needed. There are no impacts to local law enforcement services in Pullman. That was, like I said, 2023. Then Penny Massey, come on down, you sexy bitch. On 10/25/2023. Okay. Penny, just when I thought we could not be better friends, man, you fucking go on Facebook page and you write, hello, I know you are busy and may not care, but I am hate watching a YouTube creator, Truth and Transparency, and she received the reports from the Brent Kopacka incident last year, and she's mocking your police department. She's suspicious of his death because she is a Brian Kohlberger supporter. Dude, I'm suspicious of his death because we're watching the same goddamn thing, aren't we? Fucking Penny. I'm reading this shit. I'm like, wait, what? My name is in there. Penny. Yo name in this shit, girl. Yo name in this. Penny. Fucking, that's what they say. Penny wise, dollar dumb, bitch. So she's suspicious of his death because she is a Brian Kohlberger supporter and thinks Brent was the real person responsible for that report. Are you insane? Are you insane? You think that Brent Kopacka could do this? Have you seen any of the body cams with Brent Kopacka? Cop calling bitch. Pennywise, dollar dumb. Anyways, she is disrespectful and gross and cackles often. Fuck yeah, Penny. Thank you so much. Thank you for hate watching me. I'm so fucking flattered. She is live right now going over this with about 800 subscribers. Penny. Girl, I see that you got kids in the pic that you got. Girl, you need to breathe. Penny, come on. You got kids and you waste your time hate watching me? Girl, come on, man. I know that means love. You can't possibly hate unless you loved at one point. This was at 3:12 on 10/25/2023. I just found this when because I revisited and looking through stuff, and I wasn't even paying attention to these back when I was first doing my stuff. And I was like, dude, I'm not looking at any page of this report. I'm going through everything. And I come across fucking Penny. And I spit out my fireball. I was like, fucking Penny, man. You cost me a fireball. And it gets better. City of Pullman. So this is at 3:12 in 3 seconds because it's an automated response. So she private messaged them. She private messaged them. She fucking private messaged the fucking City of Pullman Police Department. You think they give a fuck, Penny? Thank you for reaching out. So you can see like 1 second later. Thank you for reaching out to the Pullman Police Department. This social media page is not monitored 24/7. If this is an emergency, Penny, make sure you call the police, 911. Otherwise, we'll get back to you as quickly as we can. Well, here it is. At 3:29 and 53 seconds, Penny felt some type of importance because that's not too bad. 15 minute turnaround, 17, whatever. Thanks for letting us know. Unfortunately, people believe all kinds of things, regardless of facts or evidence. Now, I wanted to just put this out there on the record. What if Penny wrote them some crazy shit about me and could have potentially got me swatted, right? They didn't vet what the fuck Penny was saying. They're just appeasing this fucking bedbound bitch by choice hoe in the middle of the afternoon. What even is 10/25? What day of the week is it that at 3:12 you should probably be picking up your kids from school? Was it a Saturday? Was it Sunday? Swatting is a real thing. Regardless of the facts or evidence, we just continue to do the best job we can to serve and protect our community and appreciate those who support us along the way. Now, you would think that, oh God, here's Penny's big chance. She's got the Pullman Police Department's attention. Ready? You're welcome. Penny, you a pussy, bitch. Oh, Penny, you had their attention. Look at 1713. Penny, does that mean that you wrote them at 3:00 in the morning? If this is at 1713, is 3:29? Is that in the morning? You wild as fuck, girl, because that is what that means. Or are you located overseas, Penny? Damn. Penny for your thoughts, baby. This is just the typical there is such a thing as being penny wise and dollar dumb. Penny, you that hoe. This is in Brent Kopacka's motherfucking FOIA for the entire case file that they keep adding to. Because people like to not, like, there's people that from these departments, somehow their reports and their body cams don't get uploaded properly, but you have to then remind them, and you would like FOIA them again and say, hey, such and such that they were there They were there at this time, their body cam was on. I need that report and I need the body cam. She's not overseas. Does anybody even know who Penny is? Because I just feel bad that her time is going to hate watching me versus her kids. You have a good nature, Lana, and a devil may care attitude. Yeah, yeah. But this gave me Alex Erickson vibes. This gave me 2021 vibes. I'm like, Jesus, Penny. Penny. And you know what the sad thing is Penny probably did this for somebody else. That's what's even worse. You know, is that Penny, you probably didn't even do this for you. If you're hate watching me, so what? Be in a little Facebook group with a bunch of other people. You know, oh my God, did you see what Lana was talking about last night? Go make me dinner, Penny. Get your ass in that kitchen, girl. Anyways, I was like, holy shit, Penny, wow. Penny poo. So thanks for letting us know. Unfortunately, people believe. So basically, they said, thanks for letting us know. Fuck you, Penny. There's nothing we can do. First Amendment, baby. Suck a dick. And then here's some, I was looking. Just look at all these things. Heidi. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is what the email that she sent out to Judge Hart. He was the on-duty judge. There's another thing I want to use. Hold on, where's there's some more good shit. Hold on, where does she write her? Where's Heidi's notes? Heidi took good notes. Look at all these cases. See all those numbers on the side? Those are all cases that were clearly of importance. Hang tight though. Where's see this theft? Those are all cases that you could think could potentially be see DWLS. I'm interested in that. What's vehicle prowling? You know what I mean? Looking to take a car. Do you know who the number one DUI officer was in 2022? Holden Humphrey had 16 DUIs that successfully made it through court. You know how what's her name was talking about Jordan, the name Jordan? Talking about Jordan. Molly was talking about some Jordan. Jordan did it, or Jordan did this again. Jordan did this again. So I started thinking about that. Molly talking about Jordan. Who the fuck is Jordan? Remember Molly talking about Jordan? We thought it was a cop. Jordan pulled me over again. Burglary. welfare. There's one with where's Ruben? Where's Romeo? Romeo. I'm interested in this airport one right here. I'm interested in everything that's disorderly conduct. So we have our work cut out. All of this stuff, all of these right here. See this guy right here? Simon. See right there? Other. You know what that's from? Complaints and other. You know who Simon is? That's the guy that sat in that room across in 305 and was writing up everything for the police. And they just let why would Samantha be a suspect in this? Christiana, other. What is all this stuff? A lot of weird shit going on over there. Now, where is... Okay. So this is the the call-in. So like en route ENRT, I'll make it bigger. This is the CAD notes for the incident. CAD notes. So it goes up from down, from the bottom of the page up. And they wanted Heidi to get the hell out of there. They were getting her out of there, told her to go get a shield. Okay? They wanted her away. They wanted her away. And then I want you to see something. Officer Daniel Tanego is nowhere to be found on this until 10:20 or 10:40. And yet in his report that he types up or somebody else types up, they say that how Officer Daniel Tanego was with Harris and Weingartner in 305 across from a 311 when they went up at like 9 something. But if you look at this, the and if I go to 10 whatever, that's when you can't find his badge, Daniel Tanego's badge number in anything with the CADs until like an hour and a half after a gentleman that wrote a report said that he was in that room with Harris and Weingartner. And why that's important to me is Tanego and McNanny, they were the first two people to go in and bust through and get into and see supposedly Brent Kopacka there. And they just allegedly didn't have their body cams. Daniel Tanego's body cam is right now missing. And McNanny's body cam was put on a pole. And when it was put on a pole, then it became a live feed that they could then access through their phone, not one that could be recorded. And so everybody's report, like nobody acts like they ever went into the room that Brent Kopacka was in. It's absolutely so absurd. So we're going to do a little extra to, fine, that's fine. I know who took the photos for the crime scene. I want the crime scene photos minus, I don't want Brent. I want to see the room minus Brent. Show me 28 shell casings, motherfuckers. Show me them. Show me 28 shell casings. And so how I'm wording this new and upcoming FOIA is I'm taking every single witness statement that shows that there was a gunshot at 8:30, okay? And so I'm pinning that to my FOIA request or public request here because it's not the FBI, and showing that based on all of these witness statements, there was gunshots at 8:30 before the cops were ever there, okay? And you guys said there was 28 shell casings. Based on the 28 that happened once you guys start documenting and you're there when you say that the gun starts, or like at midnight or whatever when they start. Well, there should be actually 29. Maybe even 30, right? That's my route. On to prove that, okay, you guys found a stray bullet that went through into 304. How the fuck did that happen? And I want to know what bullet, like, what's the shell casing look like? What are you finding? Or if it's not the shell, you have to take pictures of all of this stuff. I want the evidence.com file that you did and go through it, and anything that is of a person, like, I don't want to see Brent laying there. That's not what I'm looking for. I just want to see and count the casings. If there's anything more than 28, you have a problem. There should also be pictures of when you went into 304 and you had permission to remove. You understand that they're saying that a bullet went through, and it went through the glass of Brent's bedroom, then went through Brent's wall, then went through into the bathroom. Okay. Went to the bathroom wall. So Brent's window, then Brent's door or wall, depending on what it went through. Then it went through the bathroom wall or door. Then it went out. Then it had to go through the bathroom tub or wall, like where your bath is up against that. And then it would have had to go through the hallway to then 304's wall. Okay. And since that was the kitchen, and it lodged in the cabinet. Don't you think that's pretty impressive? So, and now the only thing that you could take away is if it was Brent's gun that did it, then that means you can only just take away going through the window. It still then had to go through Brent's wall, then into the bathroom first wall, then the second wall, then it's going across the hallway to then get to the other side of the apartment doors, and it goes through that. And that's where it was lodged, in a cabinet. How is that possible? How does that happen? I'm the type of person to be like, okay, let's take a shot. Let's go in that like, this would have been like a serious investigation. And when you would have found that bullet was where it was, how the fuck did this happen? it just kept penetrating each, and if it's a pistol, how did that happen? That doesn't make any sense. None. Check out this interview. Let's see. Officer Lamley, here we go. Okay. All right, think about how Officer Lamley decided that she needed to take up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages of really small typed supplemental narrative. Body worn camera, yes, she wore it. Okay. So at 12:39 hours, 8:39, Sergeant Harris and I were on a call at 425 Northeast Kamakanway Street. So Harris and her were there. As we were attempting to address the call on Kamakan Street, I heard a weapons offense being dispatched at 1000 Southeast Latah Street. I heard there was a third-party report of someone was pacing outside the reporting party's bedroom with a gun. Sergeant Harris and I cleared the call on Kamakan Street, and we were en route to Latah Street. I got into my patrol vehicle and was attempting to read call comments as I was responding. I saw a pastor was en route to assist a resident of the apartment. I heard discussion that one of the people in the apartment got out of the apartment, and Officer Weingartner requested they try to get them to move away from the building, leading me to conclude it was not the person with a gun who had left the apartment. That's not true. That's not how she knew that. That's not how she knew that. I believe Officer Weingartner was most likely responding to the side of the Latah Street closest to Main Street. So I responded to Latah Street from Bishop Boulevard in case containment of the apartment complex was required. As I was en route, I attempted to read the call. I saw Jordan Baker's name and did not understand his role in the call. I ran his name in Spillman to see his local involvements and found that Baker was a subject in a previous suicidal call and advised other officers. Did I just hear that? That Baker was involved in a previous suicidal call and advised other officers. I arrived and parked near 1020 Southeast Latah Street. I arrived shortly after Sergeant Harris, who arrived at 8:43. Remember I told you there was no arrival time for her? But there was. So check this out. Okay. She's saying that she's reading this. Change input CVR. So en route. You see how those three? So 8:39, 8:41, 8:41. Those are two at the same time. Okay. Walking in from Benoit, that was, what's his name? Weingartner. Okay. She said that she saw Jordan Baker's name come across at 8:43. See this? Arrived. 406 was arrived. And then now 330, 334, those badges, they're en route. But if you go and you scroll up, so we should look for 447, 468 when they become arrivals. See how 334 and 330 arrived? 468's arrived. Where's 447? See that? And then 406 has arrived. 447. Come to 311 top floor. See how she never hits arrived? 447 is Heidi. As I was en route, I attempted to read the call. I saw Jordan Baker's name and did not understand his role in the call. I ran his name in Spellman to see his local involvements and found what I just told you guys. I arrived shortly after Sergeant Harris, who arrived at 20:43 hours. She can't say when she arrived because it's not on here. Now, you're going to understand why this would be so important is because, well, I'll just continue reading. While I checked on scene on the radio, I could not find a radio log with my arrival time. While I checked on scene on the radio, I could not find a radio log with my arrival time. I got out of my vehicle and was walking towards the complex looking for signs of a disturbance. A report of a subject with a gun can be someone lawfully possessing a firearm and no crime occurring to potentially a very dangerous situation. I was attempting to approach carefully, looking for signs of a disturbance. It was below freezing, the ground was very slick, and I almost lost my balance. I moved carefully so I did not fall. Do you understand why she's saying all of this? She's watching her body cam. And there was no sense of urgency, but she's saying that there was, but I just was slippery out. It was below freezing. The ground was very slick, and I almost lost my balance. I moved carefully so I did not fall. I heard Officer Weingartner advise on the radio he believed the subject was on the top floor on the same end of the complex I was on. How would she know that? He said he saw a light going on and off and requested I keep an eye on things from the exterior. I moved behind vehicles parked against the retaining wall in the parking lot so I could have a corner or a cover and tried to look for lights going on and off. Sergeant Harris advised on the radio they were being told the apartment overlooked the parking lot toward Main Street, and the people that they were talking to were not certain of which windows belonged to the apartment. If you lived there, you would know your apartment, what windows belonged. Sergeant Harris communicated over the radio. They were describing the windows and did not see anyone peeking out the window or any lights going on and off. Or I'm sorry, she scanned. I'm sorry. She scanned and she didn't see anything. She says, I scanned the windows and did not see anyone peeking out of the windows or any lights going on and off. Sergeant Harris requested over the radio I come to them. His voice sounded more urgent. I moved away from the vehicles, crossing the parking lot, trying not to slip on the ice. And I said, why is she saying that that's where she was? And then I remembered, holy fucking shit. Oh my God. I said, holy balls. She's saying she's assuming the position that she was behind the vehicles, the cars, that Crystal is talking about that there was somebody with a rifle behind the cars. Do you guys remember that? But she didn't have a rifle. I believe I go with Crystal here. I believe her over anybody else. She says, where were we? Okay. I moved away from the vehicles crossing the parking lot, trying not to slip on the ice. Officer Weingartner yelled at me to move and told me an armed subject threatened to shoot his roommate in 5 minutes. I was unaware there were 3 roommates in the apartment. I believe there were only 2 roommates and one had left the apartment. That's exactly what it was. There was ready for this? I was unaware there were 3 roommates in the apartment. I believe there were only 2 roommates and one had left the apartment. So she's under the impression, this doesn't make any sense, that if you're going upstairs and he's about to shoot somebody, like, what? That means that there's a shooter in there and somebody else, because who the fuck are you going to shoot? Both Officer Weingartner and Officer Harris had their patrol rifles. I unholstered my department pistol and handed it out in front in the low ready position. I have worked with Sergeant Harris since I was hired in August of 2004, and I have worked with Officer Weingartner since he was hired a couple years after me. I spent some time on the SWAT team with Sergeant Harris and have worked with he and Officer Weingartner in emergency situations before. Both appeared to be on high alert and were moving up the stairs. I followed them believing we were moving up the stairs to be immediately outside the apartment door. When we got to apartment 11 or 311, Officer Weingartner and Sergeant Harris were punching in a door code. Sergeant Harris and Officer Weingartner opened the apartment door, and Sergeant Harris demanded the occupants show him their hands. So remember what Crystal's saying is she's like, yeah, as soon as, she heard things like, put your hands up, whatever. If you guys remember the body cam, you're going in, and he's immediately saying that. Okay. He's just immediately saying that. She says, I did not see anyone in the apartment, period. Like, that's the next sentence. I did not see anyone in the apartment, period. They moved into the apartment past a closed door labeled A. They didn't even check the closed door labeled A. But then even more importantly, there's a door that's actually right next to the A that you have no idea where anybody is. You're supposed to not know. Okay? You're supposed to not know. The next FOIA request I did was the call on that Kennan Street or whatever they were talking about, is to get what time the arrival was, what time you left, any body cam from that, what was the incident for. They were focused on an area with an open door, and a closed door labeled B. So the room that Brent Kopacka was in, okay, was opened. The door was opened. B that's closed, okay, that's that door's closed. So again, she says, I did not see anyone in the apartment when we're coming in. They move into the apartment past the closed door labeled A, which is on the right when you come right in, and we're focused on an area with an open door and a closed door labeled B. Sergeant Harris said something about C. I asked if he was sure the subject was not in A behind us, and he said he was sure. Go back and show the body cam. He was not sure because Jordan Baker didn't say that. They had no idea who's in A. And Heidi's over here like, Wait a second. We didn't even check and clear and see if anybody's in there, and they could just like fucking just come out of there, start shooting at us from A. We stopped giving loud directions for occupants of the apartment to come to the door with their hands empty, and there was a delay. This is the next sentence then. We stopped giving loud directions for occupants of the apartment to come to the door with their hands empty, and there was a delay. About 33 seconds after last loud instruction for occupants, because she's watching her body cam. I heard a male say he was coming out but would be holding onto a dog. The male opened the door to room B. So B is the room that was with the door closed. C, where Brent was, it was open. The door was open. So the Christian Yana is coming out of B. I gave the male instructions to interlock his hands on top of his head. Sergeant Harris and Officer Weingartner told the male to not let go of his dog, but she's telling him that you need to interlock your hands. Sergeant Harris directed me to take the male out to the hallway. Do you guys remember that? Go, 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 get out of here, get out of here. They were trying to prevent from anybody being able to see into Brent's room. So Brent's just sitting on his bed, alive, just sitting there. Do you guys hear how fucking crazy this is? The stupidest thing in the world. Come on now. Heidi knows it. Sergeant Harris directed me to take the male out to the hall. I believed the male was the subject. Okay, he was the suspect. That's what she believed. I believe the male was the suspect. Officer Weingartner yelled, "Move, go, go, go." A direction I believed was directed at me. I moved forward, holstering my department pistol and moving to grab the male, who I eventually identified as Christian Yana. Officer Weingartner told Yana to move out in the hall. Sergeant Harris yelled at me to get back. They did not want her moving anywhere. They did not want her coming. They did not want her seeing anything. Heidi was adamant she talked to her lawyer, and she wanted, before she was writing any report up, she specifically asked if she could see all radio communication and she wanted to see her body cam. I have the email. Let's see. So okay, I'm sorry. Sergeant Harris yelled at me to get back. Officer Weingartner yelled for me to get Yenna back. I moved back. Officer Weingartner told Yenna to move and quickly and forcefully pulled him out of his room. Do you understand that B and C are right across from each other? So like if you're pulling somebody out of the room of B, like you're right directly across from C. What's up, woman? At this time, I realized Yenna was not the suspect. We backed out of the apartment. I asked Yenna if there was anyone else in the apartment, and he told me room A. Room A. Officer Weingartner told Yenna his other roommate said this roommate was threatening to kill them and had a rifle. Yenna said that he knew it was not a rifle. It was a pistol, and he's been acting like this for quite a while now. Yenna stated the roommate was in room A, but then described the room was off to the left of his, where the open door was. The open door. The open door was where Brent Kopacka was. And he wasn't. The open door. Officer Weingartner requested I take Yenna down to the parking lot to Baker. So, guess who miraculously arrives? Daniel Denego, the same guy that found Brian Kohlberger's fucking car. He doesn't sign in, though. I'll show you how I know. Because somebody outed it in their report, bitch. Tits. So they're like, Heidi, take fucking Christian Yenna and get the fuck out of here, right? Because Weingartner and Harris need to be the only people that are there. Because they got some shit. They got to do some shit. Now, as I was walking Yenna down the stairs, I asked Yenna his name, and he told me Gabriel. Because I think his name is Christian Gabriel Yenna. Like it's his middle name. WSU officers Jonovich and Lang were walking up the stairs, and I told them to go to 311. So you would think, okay, give me Jonovich's body cam, give me Lang's body cam. So then Yanovich and Lang's reports are going to be so important because it's who they say they see up there. Okay. So when she's leaving and walking down, she sees Officer Genovich and Lang, and they were walking up the stairs, and she told them to go to 311. I told Yenna to stay close to the building. He told me he was going to be in a white car across the parking lot from his apartment. In a white car. In a white car across the street of his apartment. You want to know why that's important? You guys all know the picture from the back lot, right? Do you know what white car he's talking about? That white sedan? That he's going to... So, now go back to what Crystal was saying. Crystal was saying that she didn't see cops coming up the way that Lamley's talking about right here. But she did see the dog being taken out with police. That means multiple, like, was it one person? Was it two? Was it three? And Jordan Yenna, not Jordan, but Christian Yenna, Gabriel's his middle name. He is going to be sitting in a white car. Well, we have the pictures. We'll show you what the white car was. He's like, I told Yenna to stay close to the building. He told me he was going to be in a white car across the parking lot from his apartment. Across from his apartment, so we all know where that is. I told him it was not a good idea. I led Yenna to where Baker was and away from the line of sight of his apartment. Officer Janovich returned to the parking lot because he didn't go up there like Crystal says, and advised me I was supposed to get a shield from the police department. Look what time that is. 8:58. Okay. Right there. En route to get a shield. 447. That's her. En route to get a shield at 8:58. This came in. Windows overlook apartment side over main. Not sure which windows at 8:48. Describing between two stairwells and on the top floor. Come to 311 top floor, 51. So now we're going to move up. Go get that shield. This was a low priority. Have someone work on blocking parking lot. 406. 8:58 and 23 seconds. Check Spillman and get phone numbers for subjects. 901. Both shields if possible. Minimum one. Get at least one. The negotiator is Nexal, the female, Kayla. That's who arrives here. And she runs into Lamley at 9:03. Okay. See, arrived 447. That's her. It's the chick. Kayla. Nexal. Latah incident number. Why is it Latah incident number? Anyways, moving on. I talked with Jordan Baker and asked if there was anyone else in the apartment who had not made the threat. Baker told me the guy who made the threat was in the apartment. I asked what his name was. Baker told me his name was Brent and did not know Brent's last name. I requested Baker to tell me everything he knew about Brent as quickly as he could. Baker told me he believed Brent had some sort of mental illness and he drinks. Baker described Brent as white, very thin, 35 years old, and possibly from Colorado. I encouraged them to leave the area and collected Baker's phone number. I encouraged them to leave the area. What? Wouldn't you encourage them to go down to the station so we could talk to you, get some statements, see what the fuck's going on? I encouraged them to leave the area. Just give me your number and get the fuck out of here. I returned to the Pullman Police Department and provided Officer Nuxall with Baker's phone number as she is a negotiator for the SWAT team. I collected the shields from the police department and returned to the top floor of, at 311. According to my body camera, it was at 9:12 hours that she returns. So 9:12. She's able to do all that in a 10-minute period. Leave and come back. I found officers in apartment 305 upon her arrival. 9:11, 9:12. Okay. I asked Sergeant when she says she won't say their names. I found officers in apartment 305. I asked Sergeant Harris if he would like me to work on a search warrant for the residents, and he told me yes. She says officers, by the way, in 305. I talked with Officer Weingartner, who told me he got a very brief statement from Baker, who told him Brent was acting crazy, talking nonsense, and all sorts of crazy stuff all day. What concerned Baker was Brent said something to the effect of, I'm going to start shooting you and my roommate in like 5 minutes, and was walking around with a gun. Baker called and snuck out. Baker assumed Yenna was hiding in his room, and Officer Weingartner did not know if Yenna, heard anything. Now, mind you, 8:35, 8:40, 8:35, between 8:30 and 8:40, gunshot. This is Heidi. Heidi says, I saw Yenna walking next to 1000 Southeast Latah Street on the Latah Street side, opposite from the parking lot side. I asked Yenna if I could ask him some questions, and he told me, sure. Yenna verbally identified himself and told me he lived in apartment 311B. Yenna said the person we were talking about was named Brent, and he was in the Army and said he had PTSD. Yenna believed he was 35 and did not know where he was from. I asked, what happened today? And Yenna told me Brent had one of his episodes where he goes ranting and throwing stuff. I asked if he said he was going to shoot anybody, and Yenna told me he did say he was going to shoot somebody. Yenna said Brent started cussing a couple of times and said something about letting his brother go. Yenna added that he had never met anyone from Brent's family, but Brent has accused him of fighting his brother. Yenna clarified Brent made it sound like someone was holding his brother against his will. I asked Yenna if he thought Brent could possibly shoot him or one of his roommates when Brent was talking about shooting somebody. Yenna told me he did not believe so. Yenna said Brent had a pistol on the counter this morning. I asked Yenna what he was doing in his room. Yenna told me he was watching NCIS when they came in. I asked Yenna if he was concerned about his safety at all, and he said, no, not at all. No. He's like, no. I asked Yenna if he would find it shocking or surprising if one of his other roommates thought Brent would hurt or shoot them. Yenna told me, no, he wouldn't. Yenna told me his roommates were Brent and Baker. I advised Sergeant Harris over the radio that Brent was in the military and had PTSD. Let's see when this gets said. Well, at 9:13, somebody says possible schizophrenic, employee on site with keys, SWAT stage Benaway Latah. Ask roommate if his unit has a balcony. 9:28. One roommate advised right here, 447, give it up for Heidi. One roommate advised he was in the military and has PTSD. You guys see that? Plus, Heidi went straight up and talked to Harris. Harris was calling the shots, and she told him everything. I returned to the Pullman Police Department and located Brent Kopacka, listed as living at 1000 Southeast Latah, 311 in the Spillman. I called Baker and recorded a statement. Baker verbally identified himself. I confirmed he lived at 1000 Southeast Latah, 311. I requested Baker tell me what happened today. Baker told me he was taking a brief nap. Baker said he was awoken by screaming, yelling, throwing stuff, pots and pans in the sink by my roommate Brent. Dude, are you guys not having? I'm having like. He was awoken by. Dude, this is the same thing. I requested Baker to tell me what happened today. Baker told me that he was taking a brief nap. Baker said he was awoken by screaming, yelling, throwing stuff, pots and pans in the sink by my roommate Brent. How would he know who was doing it? If I was awoken by that, I wouldn't know. Baker said in the last 2 hours before he was picked up by his friend, and she typed up his name as Brian Torino, and I was able to figure out that Brian was one person and Torino was a different person. But the way that Heidi, you could just totally tell that Heidi didn't fucking do dick. Heidi thinks that it's one person and his name is Brian Torino. Stellar job. Brent was making death threats towards he and his roommate when they were not in the room. Baker said, in quotes, he was threatening to shoot multiple times. He was threatening to do harm to his neighbors, end quote. And Brent was, quote unquote, talking crazy. Baker said it was almost like Brent was talking to someone who wasn't there. Baker said it was, in quotes, almost like a psychosis, end quote. I asked Baker what he specifically heard Brent say when he was threatening to shoot Baker and his roommate. Baker said Brent said, quote unquote, "Hey, if you don't move out of this apartment in 5 minutes, I'm going to get my gun and shoot you." End quote. Brent also said, in quotes, "You have 5 minutes or I am going to shoot." End quote. I asked Baker if he took that to mean Brent was going to kill him. Baker told me, yeah, possibly. Baker explained he was also wondering if Brent was hallucinating or if he was talking crazy. I asked, yeah, I believe so. When he was asked if Brent had the ability to shoot and kill him, and he's like, yeah, I believe so. Baker estimated Brent said this around 8:30 or 8:40. So at the same time that Brent says to Baker, "I'm going to shoot you," okay, between 8:30 and 8:40, that's the same time that they list that Crystal says between 8:30 and 8:40 is when we heard the gunshot. Baker estimated his friends got the police involved 10 minutes after Brent said that. So that would either be 8:40 or 8:50. That's when his friends got the police involved. Well, we know what time the police arrived. 8:41. According to this, Baker told me that Brent had a rifle. Sergeant Engel arrived at the police department looking to get information about what had occurred for me. I provided him with a synopsis and advised him the subject was believed to be Brent Kopacka. I briefly looked at Brent's involvement in Spillman and found he had been the subject of several calls where abnormal behavior was observed. I advised Sergeant Engel Brent had a significant abnormal behavior history. I called Baker back and asked Baker why he left the apartment. And he told me he did not feel safe with Brent in the apartment making threats. I also learned Baker had lived with Brent for 2 months. I contacted Officer Weingartner by phone and learned he knew Brent was in the apartment because Sergeant Harris observed a male in the apartment. We believe to be Brent as he entered the apartment. Because Heidi is like, I went into that apartment. I was in that apartment. There was nobody in that apartment. I didn't see anybody else in that apartment. Okay. Because I think Heidi's over here like, well, we got Christian out of there. Nobody's in apartment A, and nobody was in. She didn't. Where's this person in C? The door C was wide open, and so it was Weingarten that says, "Oh, Harris is the one that saw him. Harris saw him." So because Sergeant Harris observed a male in the apartment, we believe to be Brent as he entered the apartment. The male went to the room with the open door and just left it open. I was hearing radio traffic on Pullman Primary Radio Channel, which is the channel officers on Latah Street were using. I heard officers advise on the radio contact with Brent was attempted by phone and text at 10:38 hours and at 10:50 hours. I heard officers advise on the radio, so she's like, none of this is her first knowledge. This is all. So I heard officers advise on the radio contact was made, but Brent was not responding at the time I was finishing my affidavit for the search warrant. So she was finished with at 10:38, but then miraculously at 10:50, oh, we got him. We reached, like we're in contact with him. I completed an affidavit for a search warrant and attempted reaching Whitman County Superior Court Judge Libby by phone. I left a message. I then contacted Whitman County Superior Court Commissioner John Hart and asked to apply for a search warrant in Whitman County Superior Court. Commissioner Hart emailed me back, and that's the email that I had up there, at 11:07, granting the search warrant. While printing out the search warrant, I saw an error in the search warrant formatting, which listed the search warrant as the affidavit. I called the Commissioner Hart back and explained my error. I received an email with the corrected version of the search warrant and at 11:15 hours from the Commissioner Hart. I provided a few copies of the search warrant to Commander Brashears at 11:42, and Commander Brashears asked if I advised Commissioner Hart about the bedrooms within the apartment having individual letters and asked if the warrant should be specific to Brent's room of 311C. At Commander Brashears' request, I contacted Commissioner Hart by phone. Does this not seem like it was being like a delay tactic here? At 11:47 hours and explained what Commander Brashears requested. Search warrant was not altered. Now, I attempted reaching Baker by phone and text for a third time to complete the LAP card and provide him with information to ATVP. I borrowed Sergeant Harris's Blue Bridge card, the credit card, and paid for a room for Yenin to stay at the Holiday Inn Express. I heard officers on Pullman Primary talking about shots being fired from the apartment. So as soon as she gets this search warrant, then that's when it's like, we have shots being fired. As soon as they're able to go in, shots fired now. Now we're in a... I heard officers on Pullman Primary talking about shots being fired from the apartment. I heard Sergeant Gordon advise Brent was showing them a gun in his hand, which led me to believe Brent was intending to get officers to shoot him. At 2:50 in the morning, I received a phone call from Baker, who explained he had fallen asleep after the incident and was now able to talk with me. I responded to the Quality Inn to collect a more in-depth statement of what occurred. Now, this is the question that everybody should ask. You used the Blue Bridge credit card to get Yenin's room at the Holiday Inn. The Blue Bridge credit card was used to get Jordan Baker's room Yenin was at the Holiday Inn. Jordan Baker's at the Quality Inn. So, who went down there and handled everything for the Jordan Baker Quality Inn? When was that handled? Because if he's just been sleeping in MIA, like who did that? Who from the police department used the Blue Bridge credit card to do it? That's what I'm on to next as well, as part of the new FOIA requests. There has to be communication with the Quality Inn. I have the ones with the housing department. So this is where Heidi at 2:50. Imagine this. Now imagine this. Heidi. It just seems like, wow, I'm just getting these perfectly timed, like, oh, wait, Jordan Baker's up and he's going to call me. And Jordan's like, yeah, I can talk now. So she's like, I responded to the Quality Inn to collect a more in-depth statement of what occurred, as well as to complete certain requirements due to this technically being a domestic violence crime. I arrived at Quality Inn to speak with Baker at 3:14. There was some delay because I had to return to the station to get a working battery for my Axon body camera. Baker explained the following. Baker was not a mental health professional, but believed his roommate has some form of schizophrenia. Brent did not only have PTSD, but some other form of mental illness because Baker had seen some schizophrenic red flags, end quote, about him. Baker had mental illness himself and took medication. But Brent did not take medication. Baker had seen it all from schizophrenics doing really well to really bad. Brent hears things that aren't there and will talk to himself, will see things that are not real, and is very paranoid about the government. Brent has been acting rambunctious the last 2 months. So that would be a month before the murders and a month after the murders of the University of Idaho students. But he's only supposedly lived with Brent for 2 months. But the question is how long has he known him? He said last night was the tip of the iceberg, in quotes, tip of the iceberg, when Brent was making threats. Brent was standing outside his room and said, if you don't come out in 5 minutes, I will shoot both of you. Baker did not know if Brent was listening to voices in his head. Brent has admitted to hearing voices in the past. When Brent said that Baker had to get people involved because he did not know if Brent was going to harm one of them. Brent does have a rifle and knives. Then he throws this out. Not only now does he want to say that he has this rifle, but now Jordan Baker, who I want to know if Brian Colbert and Jordan Baker have ever had lunch together. Let's go grab a cup of coffee. He then includes, I'm going to say he has knives now too. Brent was very angry for some reason, and Baker didn't know if Brent was going to act out his rage. Baker said Baker, could not be in that environment. Baker explained he had 9 months left on his lease, but he could not stay in an environment that was quote unquote not livable. Baker said he could not live with someone who was not taking their medication. But I thought he didn't have medication. What the fuck are you talking about? This is sick. Baker said he could not live with someone who was not taking their medication that was potentially a danger to themselves and others. Baker has talked to his landlords, plural. Who are your landlords when you live in an apartment complex? Would you ever use the word landlords? Think about that. My landlords. I would say, I don't think I would use ever the word landlords when you're talking about like that type of apartment complex, because you're never dealing with the landlords. You're dealing with the front desk. You're dealing with the what do they call themselves? The agent, like the manager, the property manager. I've been in landlords plural. Sure, Baker. Sure thing. Baker talked to his landlords and would be talking to his landlords about what happened. I requested Baker tell me more about today when he was woken up. Baker said he was really stressed out because he didn't know where to stay, and that was his only place to go. So when he woke up today, Baker's saying, I was really stressed out when I woke up. When Baker's waking up, Baker said he was really stressed out because he didn't know where to stay, and that was his only place to go. What do you mean to go? Like to be like why would you say to go? Like this is the only place to go. What are you talking about? You live in this apartment. Like this. Is this how people really talk? I woke up and I was stressed because this is where I live. Wouldn't you ask, like, how did you become a roommate of Brent Kopacka? Like, how did you guys become roommates? Let's see what Heidi asks. Baker had never seen Brent so angry and talking so crazy like that. Baker did not know if it was his drinking. I asked if Brent was drinking last night, and Baker told me he did not know. How do you not know? How do you not know if your roommate was drinking? I asked if Brent was drinking. He said, I do not know. I asked if Brent did any other drugs. Baker said Brent did not, as far as he knew, and that's a fucking lie. Because everybody there knows that Brent was he was involved with meth. Like that was what the fuck? But he wants to say that, and Baker told me he did. Baker said Brent did not, as far as he knew. Of course, he's not going to mention the drugs, right? Baker said Brent's behavior was very obscene. Baker told me he locked himself in his room when Brent came home and started smashing things around and started yelling and cussing. That would be like at 8:30. Allegedly, supposedly. Baker said he considered calling the police when Brent started making threats in the open. He uses when he started making threats in the open. And here's Heidi like putting everything in quotes. Baker estimated Brent was making threats for about 10 minutes, and he did not know who they were directed to. I thought they were directed to you. Baker said Brent was threatening to aim his rifle at Baker and Yenna and shoot them. Where is this now coming from? Baker explained Brent was talking about having his rifle and was saying he was going to blast the door open or come in and start shooting. Baker told me Baker, was locked in his room. Baker estimated Brent made threats to blast the door 5 to 6 times in 10-minute period. Yes. Sorry, I'm gonna blast this door. I'm sorry. I'm gonna blast this door, man. 2 minutes later, I'm gonna blast this motherfucking door. I'm gonna blast this door in. I'm gonna blast this motherfucking door in. Oh shit. Baker said Brent redirected the threats to Yenna a few more times. Poor getting that motherfucker involved. Oh man. Baker said he sounded like Brent was by his door when Brent was talking. He just sounded like he was by my door. So now we all know what room supposedly allegedly would be Jordan Baker's, which is A. Okay, because Yannen's is C and Brent's is B, and then Jordan Baker's is A. So Jordan Baker's is all on the other side, and because Brent and Yenna, they're like right across over there by where the bathroom is. Okay, he says, she's like, I asked Baker how he knew it was directed at him. Baker said it sounded like Brent was by his door when Brent was talking. Baker said he did not know if Brent was talking to him or something that wasn't there. Baker told me it sounded like Brent was talking to him and explained he could see Brent's shadow under his door. Yeah. Yes, we're going to get to that. Didn't Jordan say he was playing video games? Yeah, and guess what video games he was playing? He was gaming with his friend Brian. He was gaming with Terrano. That Call of Duty shit. So he explained that I could see Brent's shadow under my door. What? Baker told me left the apartment as quietly as he could. I asked what made Baker leave the apartment quietly. Baker said he didn't want to be loud because one loud noise could be his life. Baker told me he had never seen Brent so angry. Baker told me he did not feel safe because of the way Baker was acting. I think it's a typo. Brent was acting and the things he was saying. Well, just so you know, if the apartment lights are off, you can't see shadows. So there's a problem for you right there, okay? Okay. Lights in apartment were off. Baker told me he knew Brent had a rifle because Brent showed it to him one day. Not that he saw it that day, but Brent showed it to me one day. That's how I know he has a rifle. Baker estimated he last saw the rifle 4 or 5 days ago. Wait, you didn't see it today? When he was going to blast you, like blast the door open. No, I didn't see it today. I saw it 4 or 5 days ago. Baker told me he was waiting to not see Brent's shadow and was going to run for his life if Brent was out in the open. Damn. Oh, fuck shit. What a fucking idiot. Okay. Baker told me he was not trying to get Brent in trouble. I'm just trying to get him killed. But he could not live in an environment like that. Baker told me Brent needed professional help. So you call the police and get him squatted. Okay. Baker described Brent had extreme mood swings. Baker thought that he may have been part of Brent's delusion. Baker told me he believed there were things Yenna did not understand about mental illness. So then he's trying to explain that, listen, I know that Christian's not going to be fucking saying anything of this, but he just doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it. Baker told me he thought Brent was a danger to him and thought Brent was mad enough to kill him. I completed an assessment card with Baker. I provided Baker with a statement form and information for ATVP. I explained to Baker I had applied for a search warrant for the residence and Brent was shooting. I asked, so now let me ask you this. Do you really think I believe that this is the only things that were reported during this conversation with Baker? She had her body cam on her. So we're going to go and get now this body cam because I don't believe that this was all that was. I mean, you didn't ask any other questions like, so you don't know who his parents are. He never talks about his parents. Okay, how did you end up becoming his roommate? None of that would be important to you. You just said that you became like you moved in 2 months ago together. How does it work there at that place? Fucking hey. I asked Baker to not return to the apartment without contacting the police department first. Do you want to know what time Baker called the police department to see if he could return? At 6:30 in the morning. He has this broad in his apartment or in his hotel at 3:15, writing this all up, right? And he then calls the police at 6:30 in the morning and wants to get into his apartment. What? So, hey, contact us first. I explained that we would be trying to arrest Brent for harassment. I asked Baker, apply for a protection order and support a protection order. I heard a request for officers to shut down Main Street. I responded to Main Street and Bishop to shut down the roadway due to shots possibly hitting anything on the roadway. I heard officers on Pullman Primary talking about shots potentially hitting the Stevenson's complex, the third floor of the, I believe Brent could aim and hit places on WSU campus at Main Street. While I was blocking traffic from going west on Main Street from the intersection of Main Street and Bishop Boulevard, I heard officers talking about Brent possibly starting a fire in the apartment. I had earlier heard a neighbor of Brent's did not want to leave her apartment and believed his behavior was putting other occupants of the apartment complex in danger. You have to say this stuff because the shooting has to be legit. His shooting was a danger to people on campus and anyone traveling Main Street. I stayed at the intersection of Bishop and Main Street until Pullman City Public Works brought barricades from the roadway. I heard officers on Pullman Primary talking about a shot being taken by a SWAT member and that the other officers talking about hearing a large thump. Just like at the fucking house, we heard a large thud. And that Brent had been hit and he had fallen. Well, last thing I want to point out is Sorry, still here. I was looking at something. Officer Tanego was first to enter the room and report a handgun separated from Kopacka. Officers entered and secured the room. And there's no body cam of anything. Hang tight, though. There's more. Okay, here it is. Weingartner mentioned that Brent might be starting a fire in his apartment. Sergeant Harris confirmed that Brent was starting a fire in his apartment. Okay. At 9 o'clock, I was contacted by phone at my residence by the records department at Pullman Police Department advising me that the SWAT team is being deployed. This is Bray. So I arrived at the Pullman Police Department approximately 9:20 and met Officer Ryan McNanny and Sergeant Gordon. I began to prep my SWAT gear for the deployment, helmet, heavy vest, all that stuff. Officer St. Andre later joined us at the PPD. Sergeant Gordon, Officer McNanny, Officer Sergeant St. Andre, and I responded in the detective's F-150. I was driving the vehicle and approached 1000 Southeast Latah by driving eastbound, all this stuff. Okay, none of that matters. We responded to room 305 and met other officers there. Nobody wants to talk about who these other officers that were there. I responded with Sergeant Gordon, Officer McNanny, and Officer St. Andre to room 305 which is right across the street or right across the way because that's what they were using as like their setup. Finally, we hear we met Officer Weingardner, Sergeant Harris, and Officer Lang. They were the ones in 305. 305 was right across the hall and was offset from 311. Sergeant Harris briefed us on the information of the suspect and the call. Sergeant Harris notified us that the suspect's name was Brent and that they had probable cause for felony harassment at the least and attempted murder at the most. Sergeant Harris told us that Brent was pacing his apartment with a firearm and threatened to shoot his roommate in 5 minutes. Sergeant Harris said he was in the apartment and saw Kopacka and described him as approximately Officer Weingardner's size and thin build. White male wearing a gray hoodie and should be the only person in the apartment. Sergeant Harris said that Kopacka walked into bedroom C and shut the door. Now, ready? Ready? We know that that's a lie because he didn't go into bedroom C and shut the door. He just supposedly went into bedroom C and the door was open because what's her tits? Heidi Landley is saying that that was open. That's the bed. Like that's it. That was the room that was open. So Harris is lying in the brief to the SWAT team that came. And I had to look through all of these to find that eventually we're going to get some officers that are just going to be telling the truth because they're not involved. And boom, I found it. Sergeant Harris said that Kopacka walked into bedroom C and shut the door. That didn't happen. Sergeant Harris said that he and Officer Weingardner evacuated another roommate from room A and backed out. They didn't take anybody out of room A. A is to the right, and that's where what's her name was saying. So if you think about it, is it because they actually took Jordan out of there, out of A? Did he slip up? Because the person that they took was in C, or I'm sorry, in B. And so he's just fucking up left and right here. Ready? But Bray, he was wearing a body cam. Camera failed to operate. Again, Sergeant Harris said that Kopacka walked into bedroom C and shut the door. Sergeant Harris said that he and Officer Weingardner evacuated another roommate from room A and backed out. Sergeant Harris gave us a layout of the apartment based on what they saw. Sergeant Harris said that the information received from the roommates was that Kopacka had at least a handgun and a rifle. Sergeant Harris notified us that Kopacka was former Army in the 82nd Airborne, was injured in an explosion, and had surgery on his back and alcohol problems after that. And I said, how the fuck does... Oh, now he knows this? What's his badge? 465? I want to see where 465 when he gets on scene. Four or five is saying that, oh, he came out and talked to us. This is at 3:00 in the morning, so let's go back because that would be way over here. Get a big jump. Officers discussed a plan to apprehend Kopacka if he surrendered peacefully and without a firearm. I relieved Officer Weingartner from watching the front door of 311, the apartment that Kopacka is residing in. I was initially tasked with verbal commands if Kopacka was to exit the residence. This task was rotated as the time went by to keep officers fresh. I went to activate my body-worn camera and noticed a problem with my battery. The battery had a solid blue light that I had not seen before. Sergeant Gordon advised that it was a connection problem. I attempted to adjust the connection wire to both the camera and the battery without success. I notified Sergeant Gordon that I did not have a working body camera warrant for this mission. This was all before 10:39. At approximately 10:39 hours, I heard on the radio that there has not been a successful contact with Kopacka by phone or by text, and that Officer Tiedemann Muller, a hostage negotiator for WSUPD, would be heading to our location in room 305. Officer Tiedemann arrived and attempted to contact with Kopacka verbally from the room. After about 1 minute of attempting contact, officer could hear Kopacka speaking to Mueller. Kopacka told officers that he did not have any weapons on him. Kopacka told officers that he did not have any weapons on him. I could hear him, and it sounded like he was just on the other side of the door. Kopacka said that his phone does not have service. Officer Tiedemann instructed Kopacka to open the door slowly and put both of his hands up and follow officer commands. Kopacka then opened the door, and Officer St. Andre began to give commands to Kopacka to show us both of his hands. I could see Kopacka, who opened the door slightly, and I could only see half of his body and one hand. Convenient. No body cam. But also cannot see what person it is. Who is it? I did not see a weapon in the hand that I could see. Officer St. Andre instructed Kopacka to drop what's in his hand and to step outside. But this guy's saying I couldn't see anything in his hand. Officer St. Andre instructed that Kopacka was under arrest for felony harassment. Kopacka told Officer St. Andrew that he was not going to step outside and that he did not do anything wrong. Kopacka told Officer St. Andre again that he would not come outside and that he was not going to surrender and that he has done nothing wrong. Kopacka shut the door. At this time, Kopacka has alleged weapons inside the residence, and now he knew our exact location from his apartment, and he is former military with training. I and other officers contemplated moving our location, but ultimately decided to stay where we were located. We had 2 ballistic shields and a ballistic blanket in room 305 with us. After Kopacka closed the door, he did not communicate with us again. Sergeant Gordon had advised that Kopacka had shown him his black handgun before going back into bedroom C area. Officer Banks notified over the radio that Kopacka had said that he is going to start killing people now. Kopacka never presented himself to us in room 305 after he presented the handgun. Ready for this? Our SWAT team then got got into formation to clear apartment 311 and had to render aid if possible. Officers entered apartment 311 and cleared the living room, bedroom, and bathroom to the south side of the apartment. I cleared room B with Officer Tenego. Officer St. Andre then rammed door C with no response from inside. I could see through a hole, but could not see a person or firearm from my vantage point. Officer McNanny used a pole camera to locate a person in the deep corner of the room C. Officer Tenego, Sergeant Gordon, and I made entry and saw a firearm in the middle of the room out of the reach of a body in the back corner. I responded to the area of Kopacka and could see a bullet wound in the area of his left temple area. I could see a lot of blood dripping from his right side of his head. Why would Officer Tenego, who's just a beat cop, be the first one to enter? Remember, Officer Tenego is he's the one that found Brian Kohlberger's car. This is Lieutenant Engel, detective. Kopacka had a gun. Jordan or Christian provided a phone number for Kopacka. Officers were able to get Jordan from the apartment, which was presently only occupied by Kopacka. What are they fucking talking about? Kopacka was 35 or 36-year-old male with prior Army military experience. Kopacka had a history of PTSD and possibly had schizophrenia. Kopacka may have been hallucinating and was in possession of a pistol and possibly a rifle. I arrived on scene and contacted Officer Nuxel, who was the negotiator girl, who told me she had spoken with a childhood friend of Kopacka's who provided additional background information. So that Nuxel girl, Kayla, was the one that called Darren. Kopacka told Darren that when he was deployed overseas in the Army, his Humvee was hit by an IED and he was the only survivor. Darren was unsure if this was true because Kopacka had been unreliable about his service history in the past. Kopacka was badly injured and needed back surgery. Just so we're clear, that is not, like, he says that he lied a lot and he wasn't, like, he would make stuff up, but I don't think it was about that. Kopacka had bad parenting as a child. Had several DUIs since his time in the Army and had been homeless. The outdoor temperature was below freezing. Snow and compact ice covered the ground outside. Kayla located and gained access to a laundry room in an adjacent apartment that we used to house the negotiations operator command room. Now, the negotiating team located 2 additional possible phone numbers for Kopacka. They were from local records. So, and then from his Facebook. So they had 3 numbers. And then outbound calls to Kopacka's phone numbers were attempted from my department issued cell phone. I directed for calls to be recorded using a recorder connected to the communications equipment. Calls were attempted as soon as tactical commanders directed the NODC to do so. The first call was placed at 10:28 p.m. to the number we believed to be Kopacka's current phone number. Officer Nexel left at least 2 voicemails on that phone and attempted to call Kopacka's other possible phone numbers, but received no answer. That's not the reports I have. She left a ton of messages. Officer Nexel was also attempted to text Kopacka, but received no response. At least 14 calls from the NOC to Kopacka's phone were made approximately every 3 minutes until TOC operators advised at approximately 10:53 that Kopacka claimed his phone had no service. At approximately 10:56, TOC operators advised they told Kopacka he was under arrest. So, like, this person doesn't know this. Like, he's just going off of what was said. No inbound call was received. I confirmed with Whitcomb Dispatch that they had not received a 911 call from Kopacka. Didn't Kopacka call 911 for the June incident? He did. He called the police there to the hotel. Then they put a throw phone in there. This is all crazy. Where's Kayla? Gordon, worn body cam. At approximately 9:05, I was called out from my home from a Whitman County Regional SWAT operation. I turned on a radio scanner and I responded to the Pullman Police Department, arriving around 9:10. You were called at 9:05. Wow, you must live close. Sergeant Harris requested I respond to the residents, bring entry tools and a drone. He advised that the residents had a view towards East Main. He also requested a ballistics blanket. SWAT members McNanny, Andre, Detective Bray were at the station. I asked Officer McNanny to expeditiously gather info on the location. He showed me an aerial photograph and a picture of the suspect believed to be involved. I met with Deputy Pelsner. He was one of the snipers. I indicated to work with Sergeant Boyd on responding to the location. I saw Officer Lamley, who advised me that she would be working on a search warrant. We arrived at 10:10. Sergeant Harris directed us to come into 305. I saw Officer Weingartner at the door of 305 looking towards 311, which had a ballistic shield and a chair placed in front of it. Upon arrival, Sergeant Harris advised me that the subject, Brent, was the only occupant of the residence and that he had been contacted by officers inside that residence. He advised that he had responded to a report Kopacka had been holding a firearm and threatening to kill his roommates. Sergeant Harris advised me there was a probable cause for felony harassment and that the probable cause likely existed for attempted homicide. Explained that the act of holding the firearm outside of the roommate's room and verbally threatening to kill them could be articulated to fit the crime. But that charge was obviously less specific than harassment. I was advised and also heard via radio traffic that Kopacka had a military background and PTSD. I saw a hand-drawn layout of the room on a yellow legal pad. It indicated information about Kopacka to include he had been Army 82 Airborne and that he had been hit by an IED driving, among other things. See diagram and notes for the full details. I have those. I'll show those. I collected this as a documentation at the end of the call and provided it to Commander Brashears. Sergeant Harris, Officer Weingartner, and Officer Lang left room 311. Sergeant Harris would return to the room several times over the next several hours. So the yelling did not start until after Weingartner wasn't in that room anymore. I moved to the door of 311 and placed duct tape over the peephole. Around 10:47, Officer Tiedemann called out to Kopacka. He identified us as the police. Around 10:48 hours, he was able to contact a male voice. So if you were in the stairwell, though, and you were yelling back, Kopacka spoke through the closed door. At times, I was able to personally hear what he was saying, but other times, what was heard was relayed by other officers. At times, we collaborated. So I want to know, where was Daniel Tanego? He was up there. Where is Daniel Tanego? Kopacka said that he was okay. He said he did not have any weapons. He said his phone didn't have service. Kopacka was directed to exit the door with nothing in his hands. Kopacka opened the door and was communicated with Sergeant Andre. Kopacka was directed to drop what was in his hands. I did not have an angle to see Kopacka. He was ordered out of the apartment. Kopacka was told he was under arrest for felony harassment. He didn't have an angle to see him. Kopacka said, "Sir, I'm not coming outside." Kopacka said that he was not surrendering to arrest. Kopacka closed the door. It was indicated to me that he did not exit the apartment and had spoken from a partially open door. I want to know who the fuck was in bedroom A. At approximately 11:08, I was advised that the search warrant for the residence was granted, and technically it wasn't because Heidi had to call back to the judge and get everything, blah, blah, blah. I requested that Mueller notify Kopacka that he was under arrest and that force may be used against him if he did not comply. These warnings and orders were continually given throughout the next several hours. Kopacka was asked to knock on the wall or door, but he did not communicate with us. I retrieved a wire throw phone from negotiators. I had Officer Tanego contact the female in the apartment south of 311 and more forcefully suggest that she leave. She collected her things and left. Who the fuck is that? Doesn't even make any sense. The person in 304 wasn't there. I had Officer Tanego contact the female in the apartment south of 311. Don't buy it. Where's Tenego? Sounds like he's moving furniture to barricade himself in. Shots fired on the it. Talking to himself and saying he'll be here a day and a half until we come and get him. Throwing things at the window outside. Onlookers gathering at Stevens and yelling down. Another shot. Everyone in the stairwell up. Another shot. Sounded like it exited the window. Talking to himself still. Reach out to Spokane Dispatch and have their SWAT leader contact me. He's been staying in the bedroom. Black handgun in his hand. Sounds like he was showing us the pistol on purpose. He just said I'd murder you. Look at this. Another shot. Sounded like it went out the window. Shot fire. Cone of... He just said, I'll murder you. Is that a different caliber? Sounds like a smaller caliber, like a 22. 3 more shots. Hit the vehicle we are in, aiming at us in the armor. He said he's going to start killing people now, starting with people outside. Can hear rounds being fed into a magazine. What? Need to stop these actions at the first opportunity, says Harris. For like that's him right here. So let's see what time that was. He radios that. Three 3:22. No one goes in those in gas station evacuated. Relieved 2.5 hour estimated 464 handling shuttle down unknown officer. Unknown officer. After the shot, he said, "Did I get him?" Shot fired out window. See, this is Harris. Unknown officer is saying that. Officer Harris, 406. Muzzle out the window. Muzzle out the window. Another shot fired out the window. Harris. Another shot fired. Fired from inside. Harris, 405. PF confirming SWAT shot at suspect. Harris. Round fired inside. Another one inside. Fire going in bedroom. This is all Harris. 406, 406, 406. No smoke. Static back to normal. .406. Unknown officer. Make entry. 404. Look at that. .402. Heard a loud thump after P4. 468. Medics not needed. Still working on last bedroom. Not quite in bedroom. SWAT is inside. Remember, they're trying to get in. They're kicking it down. They're kicking down this door. Then they remove their body cams to make them pull cams. So they're live cams. You can only see them on your phone and to, look inside. Okay. We plan for breaching the door by pushing it open and placing a wedge or a chair in the door to keep it open. At approximately 12 o'clock, we approached and breached the front door, placing a chair in it to hold it open. The door had silver or gold 311 affixed to a red color door. During the breach, I could see the living room area that appeared vacant of furniture with an open concept. I could see a kitchen on the west side of the main room. I could see an open bedroom and hallway area on the door on the north side of the living room. You understand? I could see an open bedroom. That means an open bedroom. Brent's bedroom door was not closed because this is at midnight. I could see an open bedroom and hallway area on the north side of the living room. I did not see any persons. I could see a cell phone and gray sweatshirt was lying near the front entry. From our position at 305, we could see in towards the northern bedroom and hallway. Room B had the door open and I could see a silver inside of it and it had a light on. Officer Tenego advised he did not see any movement either. Where was Officer Tenego? Officer Tiedemann Miller continued to call out to Brent Kopacka with response. I moved back up with other officer with an attempt to place the throw phone into the residence. Our team moved towards the front door where we turned the interior kitchen light on. Thank you. The kitchen light on. And they recovered the drone. So the kitchen was off, like the light was off. So what the fuck, Baker? He held this position and I inserted a pole camera viewed by Officer McNanny. We used it to look into area around the entryway. No persons were observed, further indicating Kopacka was located in one of the northern bedrooms. Likely the one that was not open. What? I was advised that this was consistent with roommate information about which room was Kopacka's. What? There appeared to be a bathroom and bedroom with a closed door on the south side. Deputy Olin placed a drone inside the doorway. He then flew the drone inside the residence, approaching the northern hallway. The drone crashed and remained inside. Officer Willis left with Sergeant Harris to deploy the OC into the C bedroom window. I asked Officer Parda to tell Kopacka that force would be used against him and then may result in injury. Oh my God, wait, what? At around 1:44 in the morning, I heard Sergeant Harris deploying the beanbags from the east side of the building. I saw a figure, shoulder or torso, in the hallway for a short period of time. I believed he had blue-colored clothing. Blue. Oh, blue color. That looks like a cop. The subject quickly retreated. I directed Officer St. Andre to hand deploy more Arsenal OC towards the hallway area near the northern bedrooms. He successfully deployed to that area. Sergeant Harris returned. At around 2 a.m., Officer St. Andre hand deployed a second round. Deputy Owen and Sergeant Harris left. I heard via radio and correspondingly heard in the residence that Kopacka was throwing items around as barricading himself. But you can't hear any of that shit. We don't hear anything on these body cams. But he hears through, after Harris leaves, officers on the northern stairwell team reported Kopacka making threats and the sounds of racking of firearms. Officers heard a yell from Kopacka and additionally heard him say things that were generally unintelligible. And he didn't have a rifle in there, so how could he have larger caliber? I heard things like "fucking kill yourself," followed by a sound by a gunshot. "Fucking kill you! I'm gonna kill all you police. Would be there for a day and a half until we come get him." Jeez. Oh, here. Kopacka was advised not to point the gun at any officers or people. He was told to leave the gun on the ground in his room. Kopacka was occasionally yelling and talking to himself. Deputy Olin advised he appeared to go back in his room. How did you see that? What are you talking about? Deputy Olin and Officer Tanego advised that it appeared he had shown that handgun on purpose, as if he wanted us to see it. Officer Tanego, what are you doing? My element could hear the obvious sounds of gunshots and at one point heard an obvious switch to a smaller caliber weapon. The larger caliber weapon also continued to fire. So he was firing a rifle and a gun. And all I'm asking for is let me see the pictures of that. 28 casings on the floor. Officer Weingartner reported hearing the thud as well. I think Officer Weingartner was in the stairwell. Bedroom C was locked. I kicked at the door, making a hole near the door handle. I kicked it all through so Officer McNanny could insert the pole camera. Officer St. Andre rammed the door. It appeared to be slightly held up with items on the floor. The pole camera was inserted again. Officer Tanego reported he was able to see a gun on the floor and the suspect on the ground as he entered the bedroom. Officer Bray and I followed. Why would Officer Tanego be leading the way? Isn't that just fucking crazy? The same guy that found Brian Koberger's car. The room was cleared and a deceased male was on the west side of the room. I exited the bedroom and ensured a secondary search for persons was conducted with no persons found. I instructed unassigned SWAT officers to only take what they had brought with them out of the residence and return to 305. I was advised to cancel the EMS response. I responded to 305 and turned off my body-worn camera. Here's McNanny's, who I was like, okay, perfect. We're going to hear how we're going to be able to get this body cam. Oh, got it. All right. So McNanny receives a phone call at 9:04. Hey, report. He reports at 9:15. I printed out a Department of Licensing photo of Kopacka along with an aerial view. I responded to Latah with Sergeant Gordon, Bray, and St. Andre at about 10 o'clock. We were directed to 305 where Sergeant Harris and WSU PD Officer Lang had been waiting. The resident of that apartment had allowed us to use the apartment as it allowed for a view across the hallway to apartment 311 where Kopacka was located. Sergeant Harris advised me that there was probable cause to arrest Kopacka for felony harassment and possibly attempted murder. Sergeant Harris advised that Kopacka was had been pacing in his apartment with a firearm after threatening his roommates. Sergeant Harris advised that all of the roommates had been evacuated prior to our arrival. Sergeant Harris advised that all of the roommates had been evacuated prior to our arrival. I was also advised that Officer Lamley was applying for a search warrant for the residence. I remained in apartment 305 with other SWAT members and was tasked with carrying. He was carrying a 40 millimeter less lethal launcher. I was also carrying my Taser 7 and another listed option. Additional SWAT members arrived on scene in apartment 305 to include Officer Willis and WSU PD Officer Tanego. So this guy, Nanny, is saying that he beat Tanego there. And that's not the case. Then we go to the part that's good with him. Okay. I couldn't believe this. He said, I removed my body-worn camera from my helmet mount and utilized it on the end of a long pole to get a view into the apartment. I kept my body-worn camera on the pole to utilize as a pole camera until about 12:45, when I placed it back onto my helmet. The camera provided a live video feed to my phone, but was not recording during that time. Every single person that had a body camera has a reason why there is no fucking camera in there. Then here we go. Kopacka threw out one of the OC canisters that had been deployed in his apartment into the outer hallway at us, and then closed the bedroom door that he was in. I prepared my body-worn camera on the pole again, meaning no recording, okay, in order to assist in safely clearing apartment 311 through a hole in the door of Kopacka's room. I was able to get the pole camera inside. Officer St. Andre assisted and determined that Kopacka was down to the left side of the room when entering through the door. The left side of the room. Left side of the room. The left side of the room when entering through the door. I removed the pole camera and other SWAT officers were able to clear the bedroom. He didn't go in. I assisted in a secondary search of apartment 311, except for Kopacka's room. I removed my pole camera equipment from apartment 311 and gathered the rest of my equipment from apartment 305. Every single person that had a body camera did not go into 311. Every camera that went into 311 was on a pole camera, and so there's no feed. Here's the one I wanted, which was Kayla Nexel. Kayla, I am a trained crisis negotiator and responded to Latah Street. Sergeant Harris requested I speak to the roommate Jordan Baker to gather information about the suspect Brent Kopacka. I contacted Baker over the phone. Baker told me Kopacka threatened to shoot him and his roommate. Baker said he had lived with Kopacka for 3 months and did not know any background information on Kopacka. Baker told me he believed Kopacka had schizophrenia. Oh, really? But you don't know anything about him? Because he always hallucinated about people outside spying on him. Baker told me Kopacka believed he touched a person that was not there. I was interrupted and had to call Baker back later. Baker said Kopacka often had slurred, incoherent speech. Baker later said he had severe mood swings and was angry often. Baker did not know Kopacka's last name when I asked. Baker was unable to provide a phone number for Kopacka. It doesn't make sense because he did provide one. Baker was able to provide a phone number for Kopacka and told me he had a rifle but did not know what type. The phone number that Baker had for Kopacka was different than everybody else had. How do I know this? Because oh my God, she's the one. Oh my God, you guys ready? This is the person that outs Tanego. I knew I could find it. Fuck yeah, bitch. I'm going to go to the page. God, ready for this? Oh God, I love stuff like this. I love these moments when people just get caught lying. According to the SWAT guys, Officer Tanego supposedly did not get on to and have anything to do with this until 10:22 p.m. Until we get to Kayla. Kayla saves the day. guys, you guys ready? Oh. Now, Kayla literally arrives, and she's passing Heidi when she gets there. And so she gets there like at 9, just a couple minutes after 9. It was just perfect. I then went to apartment 305, where Officer Weingartner, Tanego, and Sergeant motherfucking Harris was there. Take that. Now, Dana, why is this important? Well, because guess what Officer Tanego did? Officer motherfucking Tanego. Where were we? You guys know why, because I showed you guys that fucking shit. He doesn't get there till 10:22. No, that bitch was there at fucking 9. 9. I have it. I then went to apartment 305 where Officer Weingartner, Sergeant Harris, and fucking Tanego was there. Well. Isn't that interesting? Officer Tanego, what were you doing there at 9 o'clock? You didn't get on scene until 10:22. Tell us more, Lana. Apartment 305 is located across the hall from apartment 311, where Kopacka was. Whitcomb advised there was a possible roommate that locked himself in his room and was still inside of apartment 311, but he didn't lock himself in that room yet. It was confirmed that the other roommate, Christiana, was not inside. Making no sense. While in the apartment, I asked Whitcomb to investigate Kopacka's local involvements and look for a possible emergency contact for Kopacka. Whitman told me that they found a friend of Kopacka's named Darren Duncan, from a call where he reported Kopacka as a suicidal person in 2022. And guess what month? March. The same month that the knife was bought. Ugh. Whitcomb provided a phone number. I contacted Darren Duncan over the phone. Darren told me he had not spoken to Kopacka in a month. I asked Darren about Kopacka's mental health. Darren said he drinks a lot. Darren told me Kopacka lied to him a lot his whole life and did not know when Kopacka was telling the truth. I asked Darren if Kopacka had any mental health issues, and he said probably, but he did not think he had been diagnosed by a doctor. Darren told me that Kopacka was suicidal often and believed it was a cry for help. Darren told me something to the effect of Kopacka was in the 82nd Airborne of the U.S. Army. Kopacka was in a Humvee convoy when it was hit an IED. The incident caused a back injury that required surgery. Darren said Kopacka was the only person to survive the incident. He never said that he didn't believe him on that. These fucking cocksuckers. They lied about him. They lied about what Darren said because she gets it right. Kayla gets it right. Kopacka was from Colorado and moved to Illinois when he was a teenager. Darren told me Kopacka did not have a good home life growing up, however, was unable to go into detail. Darren said he and Kopacka drank a lot together before Kopacka joined the Army. Darren told me Kopacka had a drinking problem and had gotten several DUIs. That aligns. Darren told me he did not think Kopacka would hurt anyone. Darren said he did not think Kopacka would shoot anyone and thought that if Kopacka was kind of a sissy, and he was definitely non-confrontational type of person. He's a non-confrontational type of person. Darren said if Kopacka had a gun, it would probably wouldn't be loaded and would only be there for shock value. Darren said Kopacka would never hurt anyone and was a good person. Darren said he had to stop letting Kopacka stay with him because of his drinking problem. Darren said Kopacka probably had a gun. I relayed the information I learned from Jordan and Darren to Sergeant Harris. And that's where we'll leave off. Tanego was in that room. Tanego lied about what time he got on campus or got on that call. We will be back. Talk to you guys later. Bye-bye now. Tanego, you rotten son of a bitch. Super sticker. Robin, thank you. Wellington, super sticker. Thank you so much. Just being fair, couldn't his VA benefits cover his apartment? My brother doesn't have to work because he was injured. Definitely could. He was staying at hotels. A lot of things could happen. I believe that I was interested to know how Brian was going to blame. What if Brian had already planned on blaming Brent Kopacka? In the shadow of the queen, I shall remain in the shadow of her majesty. Stone. $999.98. Lana, this is towards the FOIA fund, but what does it stand for? Freedom of Information Act. Freedom of Information Act. Karen, back to backer. I cannot believe that they shot this man. Cannot believe that they fucking shot this man. This is absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's so sad. And I feel bad for Darren. I would love to know what he was lied to about. I would love to know that he can have this report and he could see if like this is truly that conversation. All right, guys. See you soon.